Hold on a quick tick. I'm gonna try to hear that last part again. Unpredictable, and in the end it's right. It'll have your time of your life. Anyway, hey guys. I don't know why I heard that melody in there. But hello, hi. Wow, this flannel jumps right out. It's because I'm underwater. I should lean more into that bit, you know? I feel like a lot of the... If I were a VTuber and I had that whole like... Actually, if I were a VTuber, in which, hypothetical, the VTuber situation is just me. I'm not like a cartoon character that is totally separate. It's just Sang if she was a fictional character. I'd be like... But also, I'm presenting myself in the most marketable way possible, so people listen to me and also simultaneously objectify me. The plan would be probably, to make my voice sound really. I was just thinking of that TikTok person who's notorious for making videos clowning on different like sub communities. And one she did recently was indie animation, where there are various clips of her going, "Oh, fuck! Did you really just say that? Oops, sorry." And for some reason, I don't know why that intonation was the voice I went for when it came to just me, but exacerbated. I don't know what that says about me. Probably negative things. Anyway, hello everybody. Hi. Hello everyone. I love to see the various sea creatures joining me down here on the ocean floor. That's right, I am committing to the bit. We are in fact in the ocean. And what is that over there in the screen? It's an aquarium tank. How does glass survive this low? I don't know, but it's another way you can reach the upper level, which is where I am not, because I guess lore-wise, okay, so this is Sangled lore. Lore-wise, I am not in, as you may believe, I am not on dry lands. I am actually in a scuba helmet that is functioning as a scuba diving, just kind of a general a scuba. I'm saying scuba so much, I apologize. But I forgot what the actual it's called a submarine. Yeah, the scuba diver. But for some reason, I thought submarine had the word scuba in it. And so I was trying to reverse engineer what the word was. A scuba-marine, I suppose. But yes, this is in canon functioning as a submarine situation. So physically, I am underwater with you guys. I just have this abstract space within the scoop marine in which I can, you know, play games and project. Man, is there a scuba diver VTuber? Wouldn't it be crazy if instead of committing to the monetary and personal commitment of, you know, commissioning a scuba diving thing, what if I just streamed while wearing a full scuba suit? Oh my gosh, Dreamer Seeker, hello! Wait, were you the Swampert who's been hanging around for a little bit? Hi! Raid from Chicken Nugget, wait, I've heard of your work, bro! Is Dino Nugget someone you know? Can you pass me my kudos to them? But regardless, thank you for the raid. I didn't do jack squat. Oh, Swampert does sound like me. That's crazy that you didn't pick Swampert because otherwise the avatars are randomly assigned. So they just got you, like straight up. I've been here before. Yay! It's crazy if you haven't been here and you see someone streaming on the art channel and there's a conspicuous lack of artistic thing and just me going, ah! And then they're like, yep, send it. Anyway, hello everyone. I'm doing alright. I honestly, sometimes before stream, I start things off like I just feel tired because, especially because I work today, so I'm just like, Maybe I need a nap, maybe I need to rest, but honestly, now that I'm streaming, I can feel my social battery going up. Probably because I'm able to talk, and there's something powerful about talking and not needing to listen to another person talk back. It's the complete encapsulation of the parasocial nature of streamer and viewer, because like I have the podium, I have the microphone, and you all are forced to listen. It's kind of awesome. Why doesn't everyone stream? Anyway. Something royal raid, I said once upon a time. Oh, I see. I am late to a thing. I will be lurking. Hope the art goes awesome. Thank you! It will! We will manifest this! Something about framing Maya for murder. Oh, it's been a while since Maya Fey has been accused. Actually, wait. Prior to Apollo Justice, we did play Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright. And it's a game with Maya in it, so you know what's up. But, yeah, that must have been a bit ago. But welcome regardless. Oh. So, the goal for today, it was in December. That's a Deltarune reference, I apologize. But, yeah, that was a bit ago. Man, who was I then? Where was I? Probably still underwater. I'm not doing... Technically, okay, so lore-wise, I am in a scuba marine, underwater. Why am I in a helmet, and why am I always stuck in the same location? You see, the lore of my stream, this is how you get invested into my character, is that I was part of, like an underwater research team, in which we were trying to research, not just fish, but specifically the fish that exist in screensavers, you know, in classic Windows, like, media. And so they dropped me off in that part of the sea, and that's how you can see the screensaver fish up there, but it actually tethered all contact with the outside world, and so I fortunately do have enough room and necessities in this little space that I can survive. However, the overarching story is that I'm sending out signals to the rescue crew, and hopefully they will get back to me and rescue me. But otherwise, I will be within the deepest depths of JPEG fish paradise, in which the fish are all around me. And also there's like Pokemon over there. I guess it's the 2000s, a lot of things can happen. So that's the lore. Hope I was gonna say hope you guys remember that. Honestly, hope I remember that. Who knows? Anyway, so super random, but the comic we're going to work on today features a character who I've been meaning to redesign. Is a fun word that comes up in my dialogue, though, and I want to preface, this is not an overhaul, this is just a retouching, because I feel like there are, you know, every now and then you look at your old art and you think, I could touch it up a little bit, and sometimes I do it on my own, but I thought, since I'm drawing them on the comic anyway, I might as well work on them, since we haven't worked on Overworld sprites in a bit. Okay. Yes, there he is. It's Seal, and funnily enough, I think the majority of his design is fine. I just think the shape and texture of the design is kind of off to me, and I would like to fix it sooner than later. So, first and foremost, I think the shape of the jacket. I guess I'll walk you guys through my general design process, because that never hurts. But the initial idea of the big puffer jacket is obviously that, his form underneath is, regular. And then with the puffer jacket, it's just complete roundness. Kind of like whenever I draw Ujin, sometimes with the big jacket, mentally, Ujin looks like this. Because it's just... There you go. Yeah, so it's fun when you can stylize it into a big shape And I see that I tried to do something like that with Seal, but unfortunately, it's just kind of made a big rectangle, which is not very interesting. And you may say, but saying this is not a very interesting character. And to that I can rebut, well yeah, but we can still try something with them. So I am going to, at the very least, in my opinion, what makes shape language interesting is contrast. Contrast just in general makes things interesting for me. So rather than having kind of a monotone, this like straight line and all that, I think what we could do is, okay, first of all, saying you are going to look up a proper reference for a puffy jacket, because I shan't get the anatomy of a jacket messed up. Because yeah, when I see puffy jackets, they're more square than rectangular. So what I could do, oh dude, this is not the exact kind of jacket, but do you see how big this jacket is? Just like the puffs are so big, it feels even like, ooh. So I think that'd be cool to actually reduce the number of these, because it's kind of overstimulating, the fact that there's so many. So how about we try just completely cutting them in two. I think this will, at the very least, help make the jacket less... I mean, partly it's intentionally meant to evoke kind of a caterpillar look. You know, that's not totally separate from what I would like to imbibe, but it's not entirely there. So by reducing the puffs, it kind of gives it a nice fluffy puff, rather than a scaly, you know, shiny puff. So, and also, okay, so let me reduce it by like this much. Yeah, reduce it by about half. Oh, I just totally forgot I was talking about shape too. So how about we do a classic kind of like a 1-2 here, and then make it come out here. Yeah, just give it a nice, more of a triangular shape. Also, I think, in my opinion, I kind of want to ditch the fluffy stuff on the bottom. It seems a little superfluous, so we will try to go without it and see what works. Playing Portal with my baby cousins. Oh, I mean, Portal is... I guess Portal is like... If I could give it a movie rating, it would be like 10 and up. Wait, is that a kid? Is that a game rating? Sometimes I mix up what ratings are for movies and what ratings are for games. Because sometimes they be blending together like the tiniest bit. But Portal, I'd say, is like 10 and up, while Undertale is... Honestly, with the capacity of content it has, maybe 13 and up? Even though the subject matter in Undertale is arguably simpler than the subject matter in Portal, I would still say overall presentation and gameplay-wise, I think. Is that weird? Wait, maybe I have it the other way around. I don't know. Like, Portal isn't a game for babies, but I can imagine like an elementary school kid playing it and that being like the appropriate target demographic. The only way Portal would be too much for an elementary schooler is if it was too smart. Meanwhile, the way that Undertale would be too much for an elementary schooler is if you like question your own morality. Like, that's like a little I feel like a little bit different. Oh, Drax! Song request. Sorry, we have to listen to robot penis music currently. It's very important. They liked it. Oh, nice. I just know if I gave them control over the game, they'd go on a genocide. Actually, if a kid got control over the game, and if they were going in totally blind, they wouldn't necessarily do a genocide route, because a genocide route requires a purposeful and patient, deconstruction of grinding in a video game. So it is actually very unlikely a child will do that. If anything, they would probably go on a neutral run in which the ending, they're like, man, what's so good about this game? They just kind of like, I don't care about these characters. Why do people think it's good? Because they care about the characters. Funny how that works. Children are evil. Interesting. Would you like to speak more on that? Sorry. I mean, I have a mic right here, but it's gonna make a lot of noise if I move it, so just like pretend I'm holding it up to you. I have robot penis music for you too. You promise? Oh, and look at how it ended perfectly to slot another penis inside. From Eldritch. You know, I've actually managed to avoid listening to this song on purpose, so I suppose this would happen to me sooner or later. No hate to the Living Tombstone, it's just, when it comes to certain nerdcore songs, I feel like... I say no hate, but I'm gonna come off as extremely hateful. It just makes me think of those Twitter posts that like white people be like, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm built for this. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like when people talk about, what is it, Battle for Dream Island. I'm like, no hate to the show. I have not consumed it, so artistically I cannot critique it. But the object head show genre just seems like, I don't know. Just visually, it's so bereft from what I can see that I can't find myself considering that I'd enjoy it. The Living Tombstone lyrically doesn't do nerdcore anymore. Lyrically. What does that mean? Is this not a Five Nights at Freddy's fan song? Doesn't that not qualify? I guess if you're saying that they've moved on from this specific kind of... Oh, wait, no, this is from 8 days ago. Yeah, I don't think they've moved on, per se. I was like, if this song is like a year or something old and they've only done original songs since then, like, maybe I could understand. But... yeah, they're going off on the guitar, though. If it doesn't matter so much, why are they playing that sick riff? Never has a boy looked so much like a marshmallow. The lyrics can be applied to this game are mainly about AI. Listen, I understand that there's some confusion here. I don't mean nerdcore as in a song that is literally going, that song that goes like, listing all the Cuphead bosses, in which, you know, the lyrics are literally just all video game references. I'm saying nerdcore as in spiritually a fan song, you know, of a thing, in that cultural sense that we are all familiar with. I would consider this nerdcore. And I am not saying that is a bad thing. I am not saying this objectively disqualifies it from quality. I am just saying it is not a genre I would say I personally indulge in. Because I'm gonna be so for real with you, whenever I see fan songs, it kind of reminds me when people make like AUs and fan characters that are so elaborate and have so much work put into it. I kind of feel like I wish they had made it their own original thing, because this labor of love is inherently tied to, like, and is basically an accessory to someone else's work. So I'm like, I wish you could make this your own thing. And I understand it doesn't get the views and all that if it's totally original, but I don't know. I'm gonna request something 10 times more embarrassing than nerdcore? I'm kidding! I'm an equal opportunity hater, okay? I love hating. I won't mean it, but I'll do it. The logic behind how my mind works is that I try not to be overly negative or unfair or mean, unless it happens to be like the funniest thing I can come up with in the moment. In that case, I'll let it happen, I'll let it roll, and then I'll hope the consequences never hit me. Dude, Bugsnax! I'm sorry, Peak? Peak mentioned? Peak mentioned? Okay, hey, sorry. Speaking of sorry, we will play your song after we are done with Charlie and his day out. Look at that! By reducing the number of puffs, we have instantly created a more fluffy visage. I think, something about I need to actually, no joke, study how Big Puffy Jacket works, because there's something about how the lines of the puffs look more natural in pictures as opposed to when they are drawn, so okay. Alright. Hello Sonic, goodbye Sonic. Let us play that request. You guys can see the title there, right? And now you can see the video. Okay. 7 years ago? 2019? YouTube Kids? Alright, buckle in.
Other Pokemon can fly majestically through the sky, but I can walk.
They can walk.
Other Pokemon can dig a hole that's real deep and big, but I can walk. They can walk. I don't quite know where I am going, but still, if there's anywhere that can be walked to, I will. Don't need a reason to keep walking, I just do, till I'm back home with you.
I'm also gonna retexture
Other
the
Pokemon
fluff.
can shout and
I think.
shoot lasers from their mouths, but I can walk.
They can walk.
I feel like this, you know, meme purposes aside, I feel like this is really underselling the abilities of Furret. May I say that they are perhaps LARPing their Furret knowledge? Because I think they can do more than walk.
No destiny or massive Pokemon to fight, just walking till the night. Other Pokemon evolve, but my growth is long resolved, plus I can walk.
I don't
They
know!
can walk.
Eldritch said, that's it. There are literally no robots or bara men in this video. What the hell? 2 thumbs down. And I'm like, honestly, I'm with you, brother. I'm kidding. This song is fine. And that singer is doing a decent job.
Hey, if you like this song, then why not subscribe? It's
Oh, that like specific art style with the eyes and the mouth. Oh yeah. That's the 2010s, baby. Alright. They can walk. Alright. Impressive. I can too. You don't see me making a video with lyrics and accompaniment. Peeking at the puffer jacket reference. Ooh, actually, puffer jackets are beautiful. I hope I'm doing them justice. Because, like, this one has a nice, you know, one of those things that tie around the waist a little bit. And so I think that'd be fun, actually, to add a little middle part. Just to break up the area a bit. It's fun because I've not even describing what fun is, just going into a new subject like that. It's interesting seeing news in my periphery about like real Five Nights at Freddy's pizzeria opening, and I'm like, okay. And then on a separate post, an RP Foxy account going, we gotta go to fucking New Jersey? And I'm like, is that related to the? It is. It is in fact related to the real Five Nights at Freddy's pizzeria location. It's in New Jersey, which has spawned the appropriate memes, of course. I love that roleplay accounts are still around, even if they tend to be more semi-ironic whenever you see them. That's human expression right there. That's what's up. This is a parallel to Skylar's design, because it has these lace things in it too. That's how. Just a little more detail, I think. That'd be good. Oh yeah, Art Fight's over. I didn't do Art Fight this year. Was it good? Did y'all have a good time? I know some people who did. They seem to have a good time. Just came and went. Fluffy jacket sale. Thank you, Goose. Thank you, Goose. Oh my god, I keep seeing my friends on Steam play Fields of Mystria, and I'm like, I should get back to it, and I had fun doing it, and it got me in like a very Stardew-esque state of mind in which I just played it for days on end. Like I was in the hole that was Mystria, and then I dug myself out, and I'm craving the hole again. I don't even fully recognize what has changed with the 1.0. I'm just like, I just want to play it again. Even if I have to, or, you know, have the option to restart. Fuck it. I'm very much, unless the game is so long, like a Club Penguin online MMORPG, in which, you know, I have things built up over time, I have no qualms about completely resetting my save just to try again, because the goal is to do things better and more efficiently. I can do that. I played Monster Prom with 9-year-olds. I don't think that's appropriate. because they talk about like drugs and sex. I mean, they don't get like so raunchy. It's like Cards Against Humanity level, but it's not like I would only play it with friends my age and not like children or my parents. I mean, yes, visually and in some ways, humor-wise, it isn't the most mature. And I mean that in, as in it's like infantile, not, you know, particularly sophisticated. But, and so in that way, it is perfect for children. But, I don't know. Is Seal getting a do-over? Seal is getting a little bit of a touch-up because I looked at his design and thought certain textures and parts of it could be better. Like, for some reason, the fluffiness of everything, I feel like was just textured weirdly, and so whenever I would look at him, he just looks odd to me. So that's basically all that's happening. Like, the color palette and all that, that's gonna all stay the same. And the reason I'm doing this is because the comic I have in mind features him to an extent, so that's that. Okay, and I believe, yeah, jackets usually have this kind of open up. Slightly harder to draw, but we ball. Just overall, I'd like to add more detail to him because it seemed a little bland, I suppose. What is a symbol? Oh yeah, that's what a symbol is. He definitely looks a little underdone compared to Skylar. Yeah. I think I also just want to make him look less like a mess because, again, like he is on the younger side, so it's not wholly uncharacteristic for younger characters to kind of look a mess because they're still figuring things out. But I don't want it to do a disservice to him, I suppose. Dude, Kirby Air Ride, dude. Let's go. Oh, damn, that bass! Ooh! I know this is a Kirby game. How, the quality and whimsical nature. Yes. I also think the boots are... You can... Again, it's good that I'm looking at references this time around, because I just be making shit up. Source, I made it up. So it's good to try to draw this with a modicum of fashion understanding. Okay. And then... So that's the Puffy winter jacket. Winter boots. Okay, alright, now because again, if you look at the boots, they're truly just the most minimal, like, there aren't even, like, laces, there aren't nothing. I really kind of flubbed them on this one. So, oh my gosh, wait. Should I give these to him? Wait a minute, they're perfect because they're like mothballs and snowballs. Okay, so I'm gonna make this slightly less adorable, but I feel like that's kind of perfect for him. Dude, Seal, you have no idea, but we're gonna make you so moe. We're gonna make you so moe, dude. You have no idea. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to make sure that they cut off a little lower, just so we get the little top part. Add wings to the little fluffies? What, like this? Like that? Oh, that's so weird. I feel like that's a kind of a lot. Well, you know what we can do? We can make the bow look like a wing. The bow, you know? Yeah. You guys feel me? Yeah. Yeah. See, this is what happens when I cook on stream. The brain functions. Okay. Also just gonna erase some of the previous stuff. I don't know if this is how y'all have been operating, but this is what I've been doing. So I use social media a lot, such as the Twitter. And so Twitter is a platform where every now and then I will see accounts that piss me off, either because they post AI because they think it's funny, or they post AI to dunk on it, thereby exposing my eyes to AI. So what I've been doing is I've just been blocking them and moving on. It's like anything that even remotely makes me question like my relationship with humanity and my faith in good, I just block the account. So do not be going around posting AI ironically, because I will be blocking you for my own health and safety. I also block people who just lie, and oh my god, I block people who steal posts. That pisses me off more than anything. Imagine seeing a funny post and I click on it just to see the comments, and then one of the comments is, yo, like this post was stolen and they like, you know, sourced the original. I block that person. Not the person who commented, but the person who stole the tweet, because I'm like, how much of a fucking low life do you have to be to steal someone's tweet? It's so inconsequential, but it pisses me off so bad. Like, the integrity of making funny tweets is like, you're the reason why that's all going downhill. So I will block you. Funnily enough, I don't block people with, like, you know, who I just disagree with on principle. Like, maybe morally, but otherwise I'm just like, what an interesting perspective. Maybe not the subject matter I'd like to pursue, but that sure is a perspective. Does that make sense? Yeah. I mean, the fact that I'm seeing things that I am later blocking at all may be an indication that my feed is not being curated, but I'd like to think that curation is an active process, and I'm doing my part. My god, wait, are these like Uggs? Are these Uggs? You know what, Seal, you would wear Uggs. They are pretty comfy. No disrespect. Boots with the fur! The whole club was looking at her. I probably told you guys, right, that I actually had apple bottom jeans, like one pair, when I was a kid, and there was one shit kid who actually sang the song at me whenever I wore them, which, you know, if I were actually the epic protagonist, I would have, like, stabbed him or something, but instead I got insecure and stopped wearing them as much. And I don't know where they are. Maybe I outgrew them. A rare thing that occurs, by the way, since physically I don't have a tendency to change. But yeah. That's why I have a personal connection with this song. That's what I'm trying to say. I did not have the sweatpants and the Reeboks with the strap, turn around, give that big booty a slap. I did none of those things, actually. I was in middle school. A girl can dream, though. Not a soul was looking at her. On God, no one was looking at her. On everybody's life, there was someone looking at her. Like he's shouting out girl failures? I'm sorry, what's your opinion on magical girls? As far as I'm concerned, all girls are magical. Hello? Why are you so quick to label them as failures, huh? After we were just talking about how there was a chud kid who was making fun of what I was wearing, we're just gonna go out there and be like, yeah, you know, people who wear those, losers. Alright, let's be more fucking tolerant in my chat, okay? I'm not gonna stand for this. Now, if T-Pain slipped in a line about the girl wearing the Ahegao shirt, maybe we can have a conversation, alright? Maybe we can talk about, you know, him vouching for a certain subset of people who may or may not deserve to live. But as it goes, like, these are things people wear. Yeah, it's Reeboks with the straps. Because the Reeboks are the shoes. So isn't it like Velcro, like... Honestly, it's actually, despite the song being obviously very sexual, it weirdly does sound like a middle school boy describing what a middle school girl. Like, cause we do be wearing those apple bottom jeans boots with the fur. Wait, is Reeboks more than just the like the Velcro shoes? Is Reeboks like a whole shoe category? In that case, I might be a fool, because I think of them as, like, mentally as, like, Skechers. I don't know why T-Pain would be talking about a grown woman who is in the club with Skechers on. I don't know his life, but, you know, anything can happen. Love is possible anywhere. That actually makes me smarter than most people in believing that. Oh, that's just a brand? Okay. Imagine if you said the baggy sweatpants and the Skechers with the okay, I mean, I guess maybe if he said that, he would have gotten some side-eye, but if it was like a Kidz Bop remix, actually, dude, no way Kidz Bop didn't make their own cover of Apple Bottom Jeans. What is the song name? Oh, it's called Low. I forgot that's what it's called. Yeah, it's called Low. I'm very much one to attribute the song title to, like, the chorus, but that is not, in fact, how art works, so I apologize for that. But you know the Kidz Bop version of Low was talking about, like, the Reeboks that are like the Skechers shoes. They are not fucking around. This is a critical research gap that needs to be discussed. Yeah, come on, guys. People are so eager to lounge in misinformation, in which we should actually all be thinking more critically all the time. This may be my only contribution on stream. Yeah, Safi, I did notice that you've been here for a while, and it was Sari's misinterpretation of a Low lyric, including Reeboks with the straps, is what made you come out of lurking, which I wasn't gonna call it out, but now that you are in fact calling it out yourself, I just wanted to bring attention to it. I think it's really cool of you. Aristotle, what is it? No. It's like a woman comes out of her cave to shame mankind, like that art, you know? And then she goes back into her... Wait, no, was it woman comes out of the well? Damn it, now I'm the illiterate one. Fuck! Yeah, I think it's woman comes out of her well to shame mankind. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel like what Safi's... The kind of thing that Safi's doing right now. The one meaning of the Greek philosophers, like Aristotle and Plato, and just like talking to each other in the temple. Yeah, that's what's up. I'm sorry, I am so... My curiosity must be sated. Kidz Bop Low Flow Rida This is imperative to our research, by the way. Okay. Okay, is this official Kids Bop? Is my question. I see a version. I can't. What the? Why can't I show you guys the preview? Oh no, this is Get Low by Lil Jon. That is totally not what I'm looking for. Wait, are you saying that Kids Bop never covered Low? Okay, there's a clean version by Kids Dance Party. That is not what I'm looking for. Damn. They did Old Town Road? I guess it's just kind of a country song. But no, unfortunately, it looks like okay. I can look on the official Kids Bop channel. I can do that for you guys. I feel like I'm an archaeologist, really going through the annals of history. But maybe I need to spell Kids Bop with a Z in order to get the result. No, Kids Bop has not officially made a version of the song Low, which is crazy. Because I knew plenty of kids who wore apple-bottom jeans and boots with the fur. Arguably together sometimes. Man, I didn't know I could be disappointed of a hypothetical I made up just now. Alright, well, back to whatever the hell I was doing. Kind of looks like cherries. I guess the wings kind of look like leaves. Maybe it has a cherry vibe. I saw Spider. Oh yeah, I saw you say this in the server, Apollo. You saw Spider-Man, that new Spider-Man movie. I guess for some reason the fandom stuff that I've been seeing when it comes to that movie has actually been somewhat motivating me to watch the whole Spider-Man series. You know, the Tom Holland series. But I don't know, it's kind of a commitment. Also, there is Avengers-esque, and I don't know. Avengers is kind of like and Avengers is like the kid core of the mainstream world. So maybe like on principle, I don't know if I can pursue that. But interesting. I hope you enjoyed the movie, even though that one kid went, whoa. It is good to remind yourself that not just in cartoons and television do people say whoa. Sometimes I look at my dialogue and a character says whoa and I'm like, that's a little, like, do people really believe this? And then it happens in real life and I feel vindicated. This is so random, but this reminds me of Lang's song from Ace Attorney, but if he were like actually a cowboy and not, he didn't just appear in a cowboy theme park. Any Ace Attorney heads, can you understand my vision here? Oh wait, y'all can't see the video. It's important. Father's Day. The theater was really good, which was crazy because I heard all the horror stories about theater etiquette. You mean like in general? I mean, yeah. It's not like every time you'll visit a theater, there's a 50-50 chance the social equivalent to a bomb will go off. Like, for the most part, theaters are fine. And honestly, if I may say, a movie-going experience I highly recommend. I love me a good movie theater. I worked in one, and I kinda saw it deteriorating in quality. And when I mean deteriorating, I mean literally make administrative decisions that didn't make sense. And so I was just like, whenever customers like asked about it, I would mentally go, I am overseeing the administrative decisions with a thumbs down, just so you know how much I disagree with it, but I'm not actually vocalizing those opinions because I am underneath their thumb. Yeah, theaters are great. And I don't mean to just say this as a big movie appreciator, but like the social experience of having a movie in a communal setting is definitely part of it. I mean, I don't blame people for enjoying theater experiences specifically when they're alone. Yeah, there's definitely a benefit to that too. But, you know, I love it's partly why I love seeing reaction videos. And just in general, seeing people react to things. I love that kind of quasi-communal experience of getting to know something together. And I think having that in a theater is one of the most accessible ways you can do that. When you think about it, watching a movie with other people is like watching a YouTube reaction video, but IRL. Dude, chat, clip that. Anyway, I hope these boots came out alright, because they've been a little tricky to execute, and I hope the color scheme is gonna do enough heavy lifting to make it look as cute as the... Okay, I think that's definitely better. I will also say that the texture on the sweater, although not bad, just to give it a bit more fluffy feeling, I think. This is one of those cable knit sweaters, so I'm going to, as the good adult, look up cable knit sweater so I can sufficiently replicate what it looks like. Yeah, because I need this to be, actually, it doesn't have to be a thick sweater. The jacket is already thick. We can do something a little thinner, more subtle. The nice... I keep starting subjects with like, the nice thing, the interesting thing, the fun thing about it's not actually that. It's just a segue into my next train of thought, which is, I've gotten to know people who actually get overstimulated very easily. And by that, I mean, you know, movement, audio, and all that. And I think of myself as overall a pretty, you know, aware person. So I try not to make too much noise. I try to not be too much of a bother and all that. But I was watching a movie with that person a bit ago, and after the movie, like, experience ended, and I think, either their partner messaged me or just, like, straight up said to me, they were like, next time we watch the movie, can you not, like, talk so much during the parts? And I'm like, fuck, was I being obnoxious? Or were they being, like, you know, overstimulated? Like, where's the measurement here? And, I looked back on it, and the reality is that it was probably a bit of both, but what can I say? I love talking during movies with a friend, and I will also be the person who hushes people during movies. Like, I'm a big fat hypocrite, right? Because I will fully soak in the tone of a scene and just kind of sit with it, but I'll also recognize a moment that is really cool. And I'll go, yo, did you see this is it's referencing the foreshadow. Like, I'll do shit like that. I don't know, man. Movies a social experience. It can aura farm, but we can also be good vehicles for having a dialogue. Alright? Pardon me for appreciating cinema in all the ways I can. But yes, the long and the short of it is that not only do I enjoy listening to people's commentary and reactions, I am also very much one who provides commentary and reactions. Except if I actually made one of those YouTube commentary channels, I fear it would be fun for a little bit, but I think streaming is probably better for me because I be going off whenever I have something I want to say. And it just turns into a whole conversation in which I probably need some other person to bounce on. Because otherwise I'm just like, what do you guys think? Just every other second. The best way to experience cinema is to watch it on a pirated website in 240p. Honestly, watching a movie on your phone under your bed covers is kind of a vibe, I will say. It really makes you feel like you are a cockroach who has snuck its way into the movie theater, but is sitting in the back row. So you're just getting your little bug vision glimpse of what the movie's about, and that's your reward. I think it's beautiful. PSA to all neurodivergents: ask your movie-going crowd if they're talkers or not. Establish how much to talk beforehand. I guess that would be the way it works in an ideal world, but I will say that having a conversation where you're like, hey guys, let's establish movie boundaries on how much we want to talk during it. I can feel that working if I know someone really well and just somehow we haven't watched a movie together until this point in our relationship. But if it's someone I'm like sort of acquainted with, I'm gonna tank it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, they're gonna tank me, and maybe I'll, you know, try to lessen myself. But otherwise, like, it's, you know, I may be on the spectrum, but movie theaters can be overstimulating. I understand. Especially if you're, I suppose, the slightest bit claustrophobic. It is an enclosed space. For me personally, I have no problem with enclosed spaces, but then after a certain... I apologize for getting dark. After a certain time in which I became aware of gun violence, closed spaces are now this kind of weird, incoherent, anxiety-riddled, like, mental test of me simultaneously going, oh, it's nice, it's cozy here, and also going, if I get trapped here and die, I will die quick. You know? Just thoughts. I remember going to church with my parents, and even like in high school, I would be thinking, you know, just zoning out during mass, you know, thinking about the soul and all that. And every now and then I'd be like, okay, so if the gunman came in, I wouldn't be in the biggest line of danger because I'm not like directly by the door, but also since I'm not by the door, I don't have an easy way out. So if I'm going to hide, I would want to go behind that pew because it's really in the back and they probably won't look there. Or I could try to make it to the altar in which there is that back exit in which I can make it out. See, like, I was just thinking all kinds of shit. It's technically if I'm prescribed for anxiety medication, does that mean I am officially diagnosed as having anxiety? Let's talk about that. If I'm medicated for something, does that mean I am, you know, actually struggling, or am I a larper? Let's discuss. But I didn't say all that. I said, ask, are you a talker or do you mind talkers? I mean, I suppose. I guess it's just, when I think about seeing a movie with a friend, I don't even think about the whole talking aspect, and mentally I'm just like, wee, movies, wee, and the talking and the maybe this is you know, an indication of me not being particularly sensitive in that realm. Like, if someone talks too much, like, it will bother me, But for the most part, I'll, you know, I won't get like upset. I haven't, and maybe it's because I haven't had a theater experience that has been viscerally upsetting. Most of my theater experiences have been pretty, you know, by the books. So maybe I haven't truly been tested by God when it comes to what I can handle and what I can't. So maybe that's my problem. Like, the kind of conversation Safi's talking about is probably, you know, necessary and good to a certain extent, but it's kind of like when people ask if other people have allergies when serving a certain food. Like, I do not have allergies, so it doesn't even occur to me to even be mindful on that level, specifically when I am, like, eating. So yes, it is, you know, definitely useful, but I just think I have a very limited perspective when it comes to that. Because I'm built different, I suppose. Yo, it's Mario Luigi Superstar Saga. Peak. Hell yeah. Alright, I think we should definitely start... Actually, instead of making these look so cherry-like, I'm gonna fluff them up a little bit. Yeah, just fluff them a little up. Turn them into cotton balls. Do you ever wonder if you just shouldn't be a parent? I mean, sometimes I wonder that I shouldn't be a lot of things. So we don't need to go there, but when it comes to a parent, I suppose sometimes I see parents and I see how, you know, responsible and brave and patient they can be, and I think I am not built for that as of right now, you know. I am definitely open to change, but in a lot of ways it's just kind of like, damn, glad that's not me right now, you know? I wonder if that's what you mean. I don't wonder that because I know that for a fact. It's the whole thing of not everyone can be a parent, and, you know, let me put a truth nuke out there. Not everyone should be a parent, you know? I think people should, ultimately, you know, my liberal ass thinks that freedoms are a nice thing to aim for when it comes to choice and all that. But also, because parenthood is so, like, vital in that you're taking care of a whole ass living being, I do think that some people just, like, shouldn't be parents. Oh my god, my friend was telling me, oh my god, this reminds me. Every, like, interesting story I have, I feel, is of other people that I know and going through it. But my friend has a lot of siblings, and one of her sisters is married to a man in which, like, the rest of the family is like, bro, you gotta leave him. He is trash. He's just using you for, you know, the citizenship. And she's very like, no, but I love him. And she even, oh, I was, again, this is what I was told. She even, like, stopped her education for this man. It's the horror story that you wish will never happen to someone you love. But, like, she's saying, like, yeah, like, we're married, but, like... He only watches soccer, and I remembered his birthday, but he didn't remember mine. And there's this, for some reason, she was like, oh yeah, they have a roommate. And I'm like, what the fuck, they have a roommate? Yeah, a roommate who's a dude, and she's like, she thinks that the dude is, like, kind of in love with the guy, but they're, like, good friends or whatever. And there's also a neighbor that she thinks has a crush on the dude, and sometimes they watch soccer alone together. And when I'm like, wait, what the fuck? What the hell? Okay, and so I am setting up this situation. Is the guy actually bad? You don't have to worry about race being an issue, because if it was, I would have said so by now. This is purely just, this is a very one-sided commitment in which the woman will will demonstrate a kind of dependence and like giving, while the man provides very little. Like, this is just pure misogyny. Let us not confuse this with the racism, even though the two very well may intersect. It does not intersect in this situation. So yeah, she was telling me about this sister of hers, and of course, like, you know, she's telling me, and she's like, ah, and I'm like, girl, you are so strong. But specifically, she said that her sister said, well, I'm trying for a baby because, you know, once we have a baby, then he's gotta pay attention to me and gotta start helping out. And to that I went, girl, no! Just like, oh my god, it's like watching a train crash. And so she was like, she was relaying those thoughts to me. And girl, I feel so bad for her. I feel bad for people in general. You know, I don't have a strong connection with my extended family, for better or for worse. So I just don't know the life experience of having a wide family that you just know maybe too much about, you know? She started talking about, you know, her sister's pregnancy, and like later on, like throughout the conversation, I was like, wait, is this the same sister who complained that the husband was watching too much soccer? And she's like, yes, girl. I'm like, she actually got pregnant and she's like in labor currently? And I was like, oh, fuck, bro. And I'm sorry for giving this information upon y'all because it only serves to bring pain. But it's one of those, like, they both work, but she still comes home and also, like, provides food and cleaning and all that. It's so unbalanced and so fucked up. And, like, we both agree that, like, on one hand, we can sympathize with the whole, like, it's like a sunk cost fallacy, you know? If you have so many family members saying, you know, this is bad for you, you should get out, you leaving for them will only vindicate them. So I understand psychologically the thought process of I have to stay just to show them that it worked. And it sucks when that is the case, because what the hell, why would you do something to yourself out of familial, like, pride and deference? Like, why would you do that? And so yes. So yeah, she's currently in labor, and I mean, ultimately, I do wish her well, but it was truly a nightmare situation hearing about the sheer state of this relationship, and this, just in my opinion, like, an unfortunate result of women, you know, seeing the relationship status of, you know, being with a man and being married as like, this is what I should aim for no matter what, and as a result not allowing themselves like actual comfort or standards when, you know, actually living that life. Yeah. It again, like the watching the train crash, it is one of those things where if it was my sister or someone I knew and they were just like so stubborn and they were just refusing to listen, I can imagine it being like torture, seeing what is essentially like something so doomed to play out and you being helpless to do anything about it. So I feel for anyone who has family members who are basically insane and refuse to be self-aware enough to change anything about it. I've only heard they're dating you so they can get citizenship from people who hate immigrants. Well, fun fact, sometimes people who get citizenship aren't necessarily of such a distinct ethnicity that it's racially motivated. Sometimes people just do be after those citizenships just cause. Yeah. Fun fact. Alright, I think we can start coloring now. Yeah, that looks good. Seal, you were looking so fluffy. Oh, I have to redo the shading. I forgot. Yeah, let's just erase all that. There are certain videos that I feel are designed to rage bait, and so I just scroll past and do not engage with them whatsoever. But they have committed the sin of coming in front of my eyes, so I'm going to talk about it anyway. There was this, I don't even know if it's current, it's just, it was something, but it was like a try not to react challenge in which heterosexual couples, men and women, would, you know, be at each other's backs and then turn around and do something, and the other person, you know, obviously like was like, do not react. But it was one of those weird escalations in which people took a possession of their loved one and just destroyed it, and obviously that would cause them to react with anger and heartbreak and frustration. And you see that and you're like, listen, I feel like a lot of things can be contributed to a lot of things. Sometimes you can't just be like straight people. Sometimes it be a gender thing. Sometimes it be just like an individual human thing. This kind of felt like a specifically straight phenomenon of, let's create content in which I destroy something you like a soccer trophy or your Xbox, and then, you know, post it thinking people are going to get their jollies off because this is a normal thing to do. It's just bizarre. It's just like that kind of aspect of heterosexuality I truly dislike in you know, traditional different gender relationships. The idea that because men and women are so different, it's only natural that, you know, being in close proximity to one all the time is going to make you miserable. Like that, like classic, you know, patriotic, yes, patriarchal, like, thought just makes me so upset, because it, worst case scenario, you know, it actually tells men that they can get away with shit, and it also tells, actually, you know, not even just men, just like people in general who are in those relationships, it kind of keeps them complacent, because then they're like, well, this is how things are, this is how different we are, and we can't do anything about it. And, you know, forgive my my youth, but I'm always in the mindset of, if the problem is behavioral, it's not impossible to change it. It is in fact somewhat possible. Because at a certain point you are a grown person and you have like autonomy over your actions or something. Miserable relationships built on the bare minimum are way too normalized, right? The same friend I'm talking to, she's much more social than I am, so she just has a foot in more social circles. But like, she will tell me stories about like her friends, or just, you know, girls she knows in general, who will date just awful men and be just content that they are in a relationship, period. And that is such a tragic trap to fall into, and I feel like it particularly plagues like teenagers and young adults, because the idea of the picturesque imagined relationship is the goal, and no matter what the actual, you know, person can provide, it's just, you know, at least I'm not single. Ugh. What is the opposite of getting red-pilled? I feel like that it's happening to me right now. I'm getting mad, and I feel like I want to stand for a cause. What's a cause I can stand for? Oh, fuck Israel. I've been seeing more videos of Israel and Israeli, you know, Zionists being absolute monsters. So, yeah, I can say that. Definitely. Wow. Wow, if I did not have, like, social media, I would not, and people in general would not be aware of how much shit the Israeli state gets up to, as well as the average Zionist. So I feel like that's mainly why the tides have shifted when it comes to, you know, people's views on Zionism and Israel in general, is because so much of the public exposure. I actually linked a video by FD Signifier a bit ago where he talks about Candace Owens and then pivots into talking about Israel, which I think was really informative. And yeah, it seems kind of black and white if you ask me. Blue-pilled? Maybe. I guess that... Do people say that? Because technically, you know, red pill's from the Matrix, and there is a blue pill, but people don't say blue-pilled. They say red-pilled and, like, black-pilled. But blue-pill is just, like, being a person, I suppose. It's not a particularly altered state of reality. It's just kind of like, whoa, my prefrontal cortex has fully developed. Crazy. No, I'm watching this while I'm letting them play Portal, and my 9-year-old cousin just asked me what's Zionism. Sorry, what? Wait, I was just talking earlier how you shouldn't let them, like, watch and listen to Monster Prom, and you're letting them listen to me? I mean, okay, so if you want to have a... Okay, you know, I'm put on the spot. We can do this. If you want to have a conversation with little children about Zionism, I can take it from me, a Korean American who just learned what Israel was, maybe like a decade ago. So Zionism is the idea that, you know, it's very, very pro the Israel state. It's important to distinguish that Israel is not Judaism per se. Kind of like how, you know, I like being Korean. That does not mean I support the Korean government, because historically, the Korean government has been known to do very bad things. And specifically, like, government-enforced things. Kind of like the American government. I feel like now that, like, children are peripherally watching, I feel less inclined to swear, even though I'm talking about Zionism. But anyway, so yes, Zionism is... You could say a kind of nationalism, but specifically for the Israel state and its right to exist, because the land was promised to them 3,000 years ago, etc., etc. The unfortunate consequence of so-called Zionists is that a lot of, obviously, a lot of people in Gaza, a lot of people in Palestine, a lot of people in Lebanon, a lot of people in locations, not even, you know, in Israel, mind you, but, like, even just nearby, are just getting, pardon my language, shat upon because, you know, Israel is like, wait, we have to defend our right to exist, as they drop a nuke onto children. The other thing is their parents are super conservative, so they might be pissed at me. Bro, wait, then why are you not listening to me with headphones, bro? I don't know if the conservative kids should, actually maybe they should learn about Zionism now. I mean, maybe better now than later, but this is a crazy, like, consequence of being exposed to me in general. But yeah, what you should take away from the itty-bitty baby's perspective when it comes to the subject of Zionism is that Judaism, the religion, like I would say all religions, you know, is not inherently harmful, nor is it right to discriminate based off of religion alone, you know? Like, I have nothing against the Jewish people, just like how I have nothing against, like, Japanese people. They didn't choose to be Japanese, and culturally, you know, there are beautiful things about it. However, the Japanese government and all the atrocities that they've committed? Fuck no, bro. Hahaha, get out of here. Hell no. Like, it's a difference between, like, the people and the military state, you know? It's probably better they learn this way rather than from more conservative Zionist perspective. I suppose so. Like, I'm kind of like the Miss Rachel of Zionism. What the fuck am I talking about? Anyway, yeah, I hope they can learn a little something, especially since they're already playing Portal, which I feel is, you know, it's going to be pulling on the brainstem already, so I feel like this is just the Subway Surfer video on top of the Family Guy Funny Moments compilation, if that makes sense. So if they get anything out of it, you know, great. If not, I don't think it's a big loss. Oh, I just found a neat sweater design. It's kind of like a diamond. It looks like this. It's kind of like one of those diamonds that go in, out, in, out. Dude, I know what you should do. We were talking about this in the server. You should show them the movie Trolls World Tour. That is the baby's first metaphor for colonialism and cultural appropriation. Dude, that would go hard, actually. Dude, do not take my Asian ass to Funky Town. Let the trolls take you there, bro. By the way, sorry, if those kids end up beating your ass because you expose them to some trash content, aka me, I am not held responsible. I'm just gonna let that be known. With Safi as my witness and legal assistant, if need be, I am not culpable. On everyone's soul! I always think that's funny. Just complete escalation for no reason. That was a pretty good way to simplify for kids. Oh, thank you. I think ultimately, and FD Signifier did mention this in his Candace Owens / Israel video, we should stop looking to content creators to make the think pieces and instead actually direct attention to people who are scholars and in the trenches, aka like in Gaza and going through that shit right now. Like, we shouldn't be encouraging content creators and internet figures to be the scholars. They should be directing people to the scholars, if that makes sense. You know, obviously they should be learned enough to navigate like having a conversation about it. Like, I know there was a clip a bit ago about this, what is that? It's some female Twitch streamer who, or maybe she's a Kick streamer, I don't remember. But it was one of those things where I think someone brought up Palestine and she was like, what is that? Like, just had no idea, or it was like one of those attempts to remain apolitical, or either she just didn't know shit. And it was kind of sad to watch because, like, you have to be purposefully keeping yourself in a bubble to not either think about it or care about it. We should bring back, like, 2016 liberal memes and be like, empathy is woke. Empathy is woke, guys. Okay, maybe we shouldn't do that, actually, considering the verb, the actual history around the word woke being specifically for, you know, the Black Lives Matter movement. So, empathy is... Empathy is yas? Oh, wait. Oh, that might be appropriate in gay culture. Empathy is slay? No, that's doing it too. Guys, help me out here. Guys, help me out here. Empathy is... Oh no. I'm thinking of the most brain-rotted memes and it is not helping. Empathy is rad? Oh, hell yeah. And then put in a classic, like, 2012 drawing of an opossum on a skateboard and then sell it and it'll do numbers on Tumblr, bro. With sunglasses? Yeah. And make it like shitty and MS Paint-esque for extra like, oh, it's ironic, bro. Actually, you know what? Maybe instead of making this bright ass Celeste, I can make it the kind of muted. Yeah, and then I'll make the Celeste there? God, why is your color code so freaking bright, Seal? It is not working with the muted winter tones that I'm setting up for you. I hope you woke up from your nap feeling refreshed and not disoriented, because that is kind of the worst case scenario when coming out of a nap. It's not great. Maybe instead of having it be the dark blue, maybe this could be the lighter. Wait a minute. Having it be lighter does give it that nice like white jacket effect. And then this could be the darker? Okay, how about... Again, figuring things out. I might do the thing where I have to just bring colors around and just see what works. What if I do this and then make the pants... Actually, let me do it on a separate layer so he's not wearing a onesie. Okay. By the way, did I tell you guys my whole ass, you know, crown fell out? And I'm not talking about Burger King crown. I mean the part of the tooth that I had installed in my hardware a good handful of months ago. It just kind of like the whole thing. You want to see it? It chipped a bit, and I showed y'all in the jar. But like the rest of it fell out, and now there's like 20% of tooth left. So I can show you guys if you want. The craziest thing is, it fell out when I was eating a baked good. So you can't even make the excuse that I was crunching on something. I was eating a soft baked good when it crunched out of my mouth. So, okay, here's me. Hi, hello. It's the rest of my freaking crown, bro! What's it doing out there? Why did it come out? Man. Focus. Don't focus on my beautiful face, focus. Oh, whatever. Yeah, that's the rest of my crown. So, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna get it replaced and go through all that again, but not great, not ideal. Oh, this makes me want to watch that animation, the one I showed you guys with the Mickey Clubhouse. Oh, I don't know if you guys are ready for it though. I feel like there was some backlash when I showed it last time, and I don't know if I'm in a safe place enough to feel comfortable to show it again. I think Seal is weirdly enough like one of those designs where I have the palette, but actually distributing it properly is going to be a labor. Okay, how about this? Let's do it one at a time. Oh yeah, I made this stripes. Maybe I shouldn't do those stripes. Does anyone else see the Kirby jar? What? The Kirby jar? Are you talking about? Are you talking about this? Yeah, that's where I keep my Kirby's. That's whenever someone gives a bid or subscribes, then it adds Kirby's to the jar, in which case once it is full I will take big sips from it. This is how it works. I mean, yes, it is meant to be somewhat invisible because there's already so much shit going on the screen. So the least I could do is make it less of a clutter, if that makes sense. But yes, I believe when it was more visible back in the day, I did make a big deal about the jar, the goblet if you would. But now it's just kind of taking a backseat when it comes to the whole stream deal. It's gonna be May. Do you guys hear that melody? It's gonna be May. I can hear, you know that image of the man going, I can imagine anything? I can hear leitmotifs in anything. Just watch me. Okay. How about we make the jacket? Actually, you know what? Let's make it a little less bright. Let's make it like a nice, cool, you know, still icy, but still a cool light cyan, and not the blazing, saturated cyan. This color palette is really nice. Oh, thank you. I will, it turns out I actually do have to adjust this previous palette because I'm going to be making it considerably lighter. Yeah, this was what it was before. This is what it is now. This is the only way. This is the only way I can use it. Okay, I'm gonna do that. And then I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to remove the little excess. There we go. Now you can barely tell it changed. Okay, we can keep it a little monochrome for now. See what works. Yo, is that Earthbound? I know it because it's like the grandfather of Toby Fox. Oh, it's like moving in my ears. Oh my goodness. Like it's like, whoa, stereo, whoa, crazy. Like, I don't use headphones too often. I only really use them for the stream aesthetically. I mean, that's not entirely true. I also like them because they're like all-encompassing. and I use them for, like, I've been working on the playlist a little bit, so I use them for that. But otherwise, I just use earbuds. So whenever there's like such an oral experience, I can, whoa, I'm like a caveman discovering fire. You brown? Or I could do the other way around. Make that a light brown. Then make this a dark brown. We're experimenting with the palette here. You think this would be the easier part, because the palette is already established, but you'd be surprised. And now, the hat. Yo, is this the pizza? 5 Nights at Freddy's. It's crazy how this chiptune is recognizable to me, specifically because I have not consumed a lot of games that use chiptune. So Scott Cawthon kind of cornered the market there for me. Did you... Okay. This is kind of a tough subject, so... Brace with me here. Did you guys hear about Miss Didi Magno Hall, aka Miss Poyo from the Steven Universe? And I've seen some people throw out some accusations with very little proof, but the thing that I will acknowledge that has been actually, you know, has some credibility to it, is that she follows Charlie Kirk and other MAGA accounts. So, again, this is not a direct confirmation of her saying, I am someone who believes in MAGA. I know some people who, like, you know, there are some internet people who follow Donald Trump and other, like, pundits and all that, purely just to, you know, be caught up on whatever the fuck they're up to. That does not necessarily reflect her beliefs. But, like, it's kind of a weird, like, a potential man of callouts, because I've seen people joke about, like, MAGA Pearl, and, yeah, funny. But also, does anyone know anything for sure? Like, has anyone, like, checked on her? I'm so wary of making a leap of conclusion, even though, admittedly, this does not look good. Like, I will fully admit this does not look good, girl. But I don't like jumping to conclusions. I'm kind of desensitized to these kind of things. I mean, I understand. It is really funny, that one video in which someone really does a really good, like, dub of Pearl, and in that episode where she faces against Nicki Minaj. I'm a fake fan. Sugalite, that's her name. Yes, she faces against Sugalite, and she goes, Steven, step back, this is a MAGA off, and it starts, like, doing a video edit with the two of them, and, I mean, firstly, funny, yes. I can acknowledge that objectively Pearl being in a MAGA off with Nicki Minaj gem is funny. Objectively. But I do not like the conclusions that are being drawn purely out of hypothetical, as well as some, you know, evidence from social media. I don't know. I would just like us to be a little, you know, let's not jump to things too quickly. The only reason I'm even bringing it up is because it seems to be something that have blown up, and in case you want to hear my take on it, or if you want to be informed in what I think is the most reasonable manner. With all that she's been accused of, she hasn't denied anything. I suppose so. That is a fairly good point. She also, and this might sound strange, she also just might not be online. Like, she is not a celebrity who, like, uses social media a lot. She very much strikes me as a very traditional, like, you know, actress, in that she's busy, like, being outside and working to be online. And so I wouldn't doubt that this just hasn't reached her. I mean, if Steven Universe was currently running, maybe. But DD Magno Hall is not actively, you know, in the public eye doing stuff. So, I don't know. That's my take anyway. Ideally, would DD Magno Hall, would it be nice if she did not support Trump? Yes, I think it would be nice to live in an ideal world where the people I like adhere to my views of humanity and morality. However, I'm gonna be so for real here. Just because they starred in the thing that you like, and they do something kind of weird and questionable, you don't gotta go to, like, such lengths to be like, oh, fuck, my thing! My comfort thing! It's like, on a feelings level, yeah, I understand being bummed out, but, like, that's a person. There's something, you know, they can be passionate about the role they play, and their role may contribute to your enjoyment, but, like, it's a little different than, like, the creator being a MAGA. In that case, I'd be, like, totally re-examining my relationship with Steven Universe, but because it's an actress, it's, you know, a relatively, you know, important. I'm not gonna underscore that, but it's just, you know, I don't know how else to put it. All I'm saying is that if you let it super influence, you know, your previous enjoyment of Steven Universe, sorry to hear that, RIP, and also maybe skill issue, because sometimes a lot of people suck in the things you like, but you can still acknowledge the art for being effective, evocative, and good in some ways. I think maybe I am similar to what Safi has been saying. Her publicist must be in a coma, brother. Dude, DD Magno Hall updates has been awfully quiet since this MAGA news has come out. Man. Has Rebecca Sugar even... again, this is unrelated to the MAGA thing. It's only peripherally related because Steven Universe. Is Rebecca Sugar even working on anything particularly, like, public that we know of? Because, you know, again, all of this concerns artists that aren't particularly in the public eye. So again, I sort of, you know, again, it is not great that they're quiet about it, but there is a non-zero chance they just don't know. Are these colors alright? Like, I feel like I'm going crazy. There's something about how Seal's palette works and should work. It's kind of driving me insane. Like, I think it should be more monochromatic than it actually... You know what? Maybe I should do this. Maybe I need more white. Maybe that's my issue. Yeah, maybe that's my issue. It needs more white. Not something you'll hear a lot here on sangsango.net.org.gov. Easy joke, etc. But... oh yeah, Lars of the Stars! Oh! Dude, I completely forgot about that. Is this a safe space to say that even though I can understand from a personal perspective that, you know, Lars is Rebecca Sugar's, you know, OC, and she likes keeping him around, I never kind of liked him being integrated as a significant, like, fantasy character, because it kind of felt like in this series full of cool non-binary women, you had to make it about a dude. I don't know. Maybe it's partly because, like, I tolerated Lars for, like, his role as kind of a shitty teenager, but also, like, a nuanced one. I just don't see him being, like an epic, cool protag, personally. I don't know. There were also, like, certain artists who were like, man, wouldn't it be cool if we shipped Lars with the gems? And I'm like, maybe let's don't do that. Not even out of, like, a morale thing. It's just like, I don't think he's cool enough. Why are we focusing so much on this dude? What if you give the coat some stripes in the middle? Like a... The pants could maybe be darker for contrast. Yeah, the contrast in the middle here is... Should I just redo this whole palette? I might have to redo... Brother... Brother, you are looking a mess. I'm responsible for that mess. Okay. I might actually have to, yeah, redo the colors. I think the idea with the colors originally were that the contrast wouldn't be too strong. So, you know, I could stay with the kind of a monochromatic thing. But the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm just like, it's just, I'm not having fun. I want to have fun with him. So, we can do a little something. Oh, thank you! For all intents and purposes, I am Go White Boy Go! We can darken that middle blue. I love that I'm just experimenting with the colors of anything and everything. I just have a general shape of what he should be. The colors are kind of up in the air. The song? Dude, Shin Mitsuo Tensei. Oh, wait, you guys were Go White Boy Go at this song. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's not like some encouragement would be nice. It's not like I have feelings. It's not like I'm kind of struggling executing this right now, and some people cheering me using Go White Boy Go would actually be really encouraging. Dude, Royal, yes! Yes, this was not manufactured! Yes! Thank you. I needed this. I needed this. Okay. I'm thinking of solutions. Okay. So, you know, before we get there, I'm going to just make a new, you know, I have these classic palette like files. So I'm just going to open it because it's one of those I can edit the pieces. So, I'm just going to redo seals. So, it's going to be this one. And then and that. That one. I think these are fine. There's nothing wrong with his body. If I may, oh my god, actually with the kind of color layout he has now, he kind of looks like an ice skater, which, I mean, vibe, I suppose. But yes, I think more inclusions of white specifically. I think this kind of brownish is really good to give it a kind of specifically winter trees feeling, but more like stark white would actually benefit the like clean, crisp vibe. So, I will keep that in mind. So, I'm just doing all this so I can do away with this reference. Yeah, there we go. What color were its boots before? I believe brown. They were like a classic, like, UGG boot brown. Yo, this is Ghost Trick! We played that at one point. Ha 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 ha.
It is very bright. For some reason, white looks really bright on him. I think it's, you know what I think? I think it's because of this, the color of the lining. I think that should be darker to make the white less stark. Brown boots with white fluff and balls? Man. Considering. Okay. Just a boost. And I'm gonna, obviously, remove the coloring. Thinking. Actively. Off-white fluff and balls. Off-white. Okay. How about this? These fluffy guys. Okay, we're getting some mountain trekking, mountain. I'm still... And then at the top of the boots. Ooh, true. True. These boots remind... The way I executed them right now reminds me of Lopunny. I have reverse engineered Lopunny from First Principles. Hey! And you know what? The bottom, too. As a little extra highlight. Yeah, you know what? I fuck with that! I fuck with that heavy! But what if we made the hat brown too? Oh yeah, that. Thank you, yeah. Actually, maybe I should just do lines, just with what it is. And then, for the puffball on the hat, I could change that to the off-white as well. Could that work? Oh, oops. Sign, someone who once owned boots with the fur. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! While I'm here, let's color these bad boys too. I was also one of those bitches that wore hats to school all the time because I thought they'd make me look tough. It's like, finally a personality! Yes, God! Okay, see, here's the thing. The brown looks really good, just not good against his color. So we're gonna really have to put our heads together, gang, and figure out what to do with his color, because his color isn't a bad color per se, it's just really bright against the soft nature of the rest of him. So I'm going to get his symbol out, just so I can, you know, put it over there as reference. By the way, I've been working on a couple Chromosynthi things. I hope you guys liked the value page. I worked very hard on it. It was a lot of writing, and so if the writing is not good, please forgive me before I did a lot of it. Darker and desaturating. The weird thing is, it looks great here. It doesn't look great there. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna, rather than thinking about accuracy, I'm just gonna think about what looks good. That's a whole ass different color, dog. Man. And I think maybe for the... inner sweater, maybe desaturating that too. We might have to change that sweater color. Yeah, I know, bruh. I know. Or maybe we can switch them. This is a classic saying technique, by the way. It's just altering the top and bottom color and see what works better. But how did that's a bit too dark for a top or for the pants. Again, it's making him look like a skier, like an ice skater. There is something about that looks like very crisp. But maybe, see, the thing is with making it too much white, it's the crispness of the cyan white and the, you know, warmness of the brown and tan. They actually go together individually fine, but together clash, surprisingly. Even though, like, here, it looks perfectly fine. Probably because it has the... You know what it is? It's because the jacket is so much that it's just not it's just clashing with everything. So, what if we... Oh my god, wait. Is this the Gen 2? Yes. No. Absolutely not. Nope. You know what? Crazy idea. What if the jacket is just white? Absurd idea, I know, but like they exist. It is awfully bright compared to this though. It's the tan. The tan and the brown is so just like warm and inviting. It makes anything that is cool and bright just like whoosh in the eyes. This is so interesting. I haven't seen color theory kick my ass like this in a while. You know what? Okay. So I'm just looking at puffer jackets. So maybe something like this. Again, not his color, but let's just go for it. This feels like, you know, when people write fanfics of characters they really like, but in order to write the parts they really like, they have to slowly mischaracterize them to fit them into the good character shaped hole. I feel like I'm doing that with the execution of his palette. All the white might be too bright once we bring Celeste back into the equation. Yeah. What the fuck am I doing, bro? This is why making a character design blind is maybe not the best idea. Because then I'll just be cooking up some bullshit. Meanwhile, some of the characters I feel like the design just came to me like that are because I have seen similar designs and I can like work off of that a little bit. What about this? The off-white, the tan. Guys, why have I never thought of this? Gender me this, Batman. Why have I never thought of this? Respectfully. Anyway. Okay, let her go. Like, this looks... Okay, Chris. Oh, I love the different games and things you like, Goose. I feel like you're really filling in the niche in the holes that many of us lack. Know what? That sweater is white blue. Okay, alright. Alright, okay, alright. I love how collaborative this is. This is truly our sang led. This is art that is sang led. Wait! Sang who may have thought of that? Is that's why the username is that? Because it's led by Sang, but you know, it's also assisted by chat. Wait a minute. I'm kidding. Anyway, let's get on that. So the sweater. Okay, that's the pants. Where is that sweater? Oh, it's right here. And let's make that a touch. Again, just trying to aim for what works, not what is accurate. Thank God the color is already like a very, like almost an off-white, because, girl, it is hard to work with. Yeah, we basically got two off-whites here. You have to desaturate Celeste to make work. Admittedly, we only need to desaturate it because of the vibe this character has. This like bright ass Celeste can absolutely work in other settings. It's just I have given it to essentially a soft character, and so I have to warp this like very bright color into a I have to put it into a square peg round hole scenario again. Okay. So now, I wonder. I just want to see if white pants work. I don't know why I'm trying so hard. Wait, he kind of looks like a TJ Maxx model now. Am I crazy? Does he not look like he's a model at TJ Maxx? Like, there's something about the combination of the jacket and the white pants. Like, did I see him at Target? Wait a minute. Is there something in a... Is there something I need to know about? But, like, holy. And then, having the hat be blue. Hey, we can have it be... Oh, that's a bit bright, but we can desaturate it. I do think having it blue does bring out his eye color nicely. Even though his eye color is mostly brown, it does kind of like highlight it a nice way. Dude, it's hard being an artist. You end up modeling at TJ Maxx as a side gig. It's rough out here, dog. Can't even play, yo. And then I think we can... Let's work as... Dark? Like a darker puffball? God forbid! Who would have thought this was possible? Thank you guys for bearing with me, by the way. I hope this process is fun, if anything. We could give Seal one of those designs in which the color code itself is pretty sparse in the grand scheme of things. I'm kind of supposed to be working, but this is more fun. I mean, as long as it's fun. Oh my god, it's just, like, hat aside, it's giving, oh my god, I don't know why TJ Maxx model is the thing that came to mind, but there's something about it, man. But let me see how accurate it is to that original color. It's not the most inaccurate. It's the same hue. It's just a little bit like a little neighbor, a little neighbor. That still brings the hat though. Wait, do I really want to commit to the TJ Maxx pants? Maybe I should experiment a little bit. Dude, okay. Wild experiment. What if I give him 3 shades of brown? And this is the darkest shade. Oh my god. I know some people hate brown pants, so they're gonna get my ass, but... I think it's the reason why brown is coming to mind, like that warm brown, is because that's what I think of, like, moths. And also, I think the pants having a darker color is nice. It does look more subdued. Like, that. There's a reason why the white pants are giving model, is because white pants are a very distinct choice, stylistically. I kind of like the darker blue before. Really? I think maybe part of... It looks like jeans to me. It's a very jean-esque color. And Seal doesn't strike me as someone who wears jeans? But we can make it work. We can make it work. We can make it like kind of a deeper blue. Kind of a... Ooh, actually. That's not all about blue. Not the most fitting, but still not bad. Color palettes are coming together a little bit. Changing that blue. And I think these... Maybe I'll change the brown a tiny bit. Just so it harmonizes a little better with the tan. Make it a little... yellower. Again, a little more pale. I think having a color palette that's actually super desaturated fits him. Even if it may look just more boring, I think it fits. And then for that intermediary... Oh my god, it's Zelia Town! Yay! This is a very sweet song. You know, I still have the... Actually, no, I don't. I was like, I have the striped pants thing to give it a little bit more oomph, but I think that the striped part is gone. Wonder. This does... It's not bad. Having the happy dark does blend it in with the hair a little bit, but it sticks out nicely against the coat. You know what that means. I may have to adjust the hair color. Because, it is... I think even though him and Sky are, for all intents and purposes, twinsies, if I could make the hair color just, like, stick out a little more, maybe... I know I give everyone the disease that gives them dark hair, but I can in fact be a bit more flexible. Should I actually... Yeah, and this is a substitute for that third brown, because fortunately, when you have natural tones, hair and skin, that can suffice as the natural tones of the palette. Isn't that beautiful? Okay, so on top of the jacket, I am just going to add, oh my god, Adam mentioned? Sorry. I'm going to add the brown parts. Wasn't I supposed to work on a mini comic? That was kind of the, you know, the goal, but then it just became full Seal Makeover Hour, which is not unneeded, if I may say. If you do want to see the comic, by the way, the comic is real, and I totally plan on working on it, and then this was gonna be like a super minimal part of the stream in comparison, because of how, you know, the streams have gone, but, yeah. I kind of like the mental process of working on this on stream, though. I'm sure some of you enjoy it as well. I love Pokemon Pinball. There's a certain comfort in it, even though I didn't play it myself, per se. Mostly just watch my brother play it. Actually, maybe instead of doing the whole rope, I can do just this part. Just little brown parts here and there. I'm a sucker for, I don't even know what it's called, but the kind of parts in fashion in which there are like this, and this, just a little bit of texture. I like it a lot. It's easy. It's because it's easy to draw, and so it adds a little bit. I think the hair being a bit darker but still warmer would stand out well against the hat. True. The hat is... I mean, Kirby's in front of the color wheel on all of this, so you can't really see it. But I can see the tonal differences between the two. So... maybe... okay. Maybe what'll help with standing out against the hair is specifically distinguishing that blue. Making it more of a cool blue. This. Like, this definitely is creating contrast. Yeah, but that's helping. This might be one of those designs in which I may not 100% feel it when it's here, but I'll feel better once I actually color in the lines. Oh my god, look at all that. Look at all that nonsense. I'm gonna have to recolor that. Okay. I think these are the colors that we're gonna go with, so let's start coloring it in those lines. Why don't you take a seat for me, right there? Well, I'm Chris Hansen, and I see you've got there a lovely, what is that, sausage pepperoni pizza? Well, let me get a slice of that pizza. No way you guys don't know what I'm referencing. You guys, if you don't know what I'm referencing, that's on you. It's not on me. My name is Chris Hansen, and let me get a slice of that pizza. He does a way better impression than I do, but I will say I'm doing a bang-up job for all intents and purposes. You know what? I can throw this whole thing away if you just give me a slice of that pizza. It's a specific inflection that obviously I cannot replicate with my natural cadence, but I can do my damnedest, and I think I'm doing a decent job. And you don't have your pizza, Royal? What? Crazy. Fine, I'm gonna go into my retweets and we're gonna watch the video of the Chris Hansen skit. Let's go, gang. Come on. Yo, I can show you guys my Twitter feed. Look. Look at that quality stuff. Yay. Wait, is that Sheena? What the fuck? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, so if you guys want to know what my feed looks like, every now and then there's Danganronpa and Ace Attorney and a lot of Deltarune, and every now and then Digital Circus and Pokemon, and also Yandere Aito Atsuki. He's I would call him Oomph, but he doesn't follow me back. But yeah, also I follow bunnies. I know they have a blue check, but like they're better than that. But okay, so yes. Not that one. This one, yes. So this is To Catch a Predator, but Chris Hansen, a really hungry guy. Okay, you ready? Wait, can you guys even see that? No, I don't think you can. Okay,
Things we've
here we
captured
go.
on camera so far.
Hello? I brought pizza.
How about I take a slice? Why don't you have a seat for me?
Who are you?
Well, I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
Oh, no.
I sure could use a slice of that pizza.
Oh, I knew it.
He's so
It looks
good
like
at
you
it.
weren't expecting such a hungry guy. It looks like you were expecting a 13-year-old boy.
Oh, man, I should have stayed home, man.
Let me get a slice of that pizza.
Look, I've never done this before, okay? I know I should have stayed home, man. Oh.
Is that sausage or pepperoni? My hungry ass will eat just about anything.
I don't know what I was thinking. Like,
Me too,
I'm sick. Like, I'm sick, and I just lost my job. Like,
Hungry pizza for me. Give me slice now.
like I wasn't even gonna do anything. Like, I don't know what I was doing.
I tell you what, I'd let this whole thing go for a slice of that pizza.
Like, what happens now? Like, am I gonna go to jail? Like, what do I do?
Well, Michael, what exactly did you think was going to happen here tonight? I'm
I
not
wouldn't
hungry.
be hungry.
I
I
don't
wouldn't
take
get a
this
slice.
Oh, fuck.
I never got that slice. The police arrived moments later and the would-be predator was killed.
All right. I hope you guys had a fun field trip. That was a Chris Hansen video. It's relevant because the Robert Pattinson movie trailer came out, and then people were talking about Robert Pattinson as well as Chris Hansen, which is an interesting dialogue, I will say. Because I wasn't around to actually watch To Catch a Predator because I was a child. The Predators did not want my ass. I'm kidding. So what the fuck was I talking about? Yes, the Catching Predator, like, discourse of, like, how ethical it actually was is slightly more complex than you would think. Because, yes, objectively, bringing would-be pedophiles to justice is a good thing. And, you know, holding them accountable and getting them arrested, this is good. However, it has been, you know, it's known of Chris Hansen as a person in that he was kind of someone who reveled in the fame and sort of exploitation part of it, rather than the actual, like, bringing people to justice part. And which you may think, saying, exploiting pedophiles, win-win, but, yeah, the thing that got his show ultimately canceled is that he was like, dude, this sting is going to be bigger than you could ever imagine. Like, he was literally clickbaiting with, like, predator catching. He did it like no one else, man. And so the episode that ultimately, you know, didn't work out for him is because the would-be perpetrator basically killed himself, either before they could get to him or like during. And so obviously, legally, that's gonna create some issues. And so then, you know, they were like, maybe we shouldn't like give this man so much money and power to do all this, because he's really just kind of reveling in all the wrong things. Again, will I say that there is some aura in basically humiliating a would-be predator on TV? Yes, absolutely. But also, I don't think we should be like, he's a hero, because it's kind of like those, you know, those classic YouTube people who set up these predator, you know, they're based off of To Catch a Predator, where they pretend to be all that, and then they set it up, and then they confront this person, but rather than doing, you know, an actual deed, like getting them to the police, they just kind of shove them in front of the camera and says, like, I won't arrest you if you, like, cut your hair and do a weird dance and spray hot sauce in your eyes. Like, it's exploitation, and it's not justice. It's truly just for views. So there's a certain point to which you gotta draw a line. Now, I will say, the one type of exploitation videos that I can, like, generally get behind are when people attack scam call centers and basically go like, hey, I have your address, I know where you are, you gotta do a little dance for me, or I'm calling the police. And that's kind of based, I'm not gonna lie. It's because, one, they're not meeting in person, so the person isn't there to physically coerce them, which I feel is, you know, part of the exploitation. But also, like, fuck scam call centers, bro. Even if you're doing it just to, like, financially survive, you're ruining the lives of people, to do it. So, I don't care if your life gets humiliated on YouTube. Fuck them. I hope you enjoy my very nuanced take on this subject. I think that should be Dwaka. This is so random, but this reminds me of that lost episode in SpongeBob in which SpongeBob is, like, just walking, and it's just a bunch of, like, demo animation. This melody reminds me of that, just like the tiniest bit. I can think of references you can't even imagine. That's what's so great about my brain. I have retained very little arithmetic from my school days, but I know some banger SpongeBob lines. this is a personal diatribe, so feel free to just let me know that I am going absolutely cuckoo bonkers. But I have been watching, and I like to watch media criticism videos. This should not come as a surprise considering who I am, but I have been watching videos in which the subject of the videos are often associated with some kind of fandom, or fandom drama, or fandom cringe reputation and all that. And on one hand, I understand making the acknowledgement of, like, all of that when you are critiquing the actual piece. If I may say, I do not like it when like, your content or, like, the thesis you are trying to present is supposed to be about the execution of the piece itself, like the series, the story, or whatever. And then a lot of your arguments about how, you know, in favor of the execution of the story is about it's kind of straw-manning fans who are upset because of X, Y, and Z. And I don't love that approach when it comes to criticism, because as a matter of fact, you can make any point sound salient as long as it sounds like you're arguing against someone who is unreasonable. That's why I always feel like if you are going to stand with an argument, you should limit that kind of, you know, rhetorical point as much as possible. And, like, even when, you know, I argue and talk about stuff, and every now and then I make the statement of, like, oh, but saying, what do you mean this? And then I, like, clarify. But even then, I try to limit that because I understand that it might not be as effective as I'd like it to be. But yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that in my, you know, growing up, in which, yes, I understand fandom impacting your relationship with a piece of art, influencing it for the better or for worse. I don't think fandom should be something that is factored almost at all when it comes to the art itself. Like, I don't care if a movie that just happened to unintentionally spawn, like, deeply obnoxious people, unless the movie itself is with the intention or, you know, with the material to foster something harmful, in which case, yes, you can attribute the negative actions of people to the source material if there is a connection. If it's just like people online are going to argue because that's just what they do online, I don't see that as being a valid detail to even bring up when you're assessing, like, did the series end well, or was it even good, and all that. I just don't know. Maybe it's just me and my desire to have things be less online and less about how it's received by certain people, which it reminds me of a discussion I had with an underscore, in which they were talking about how once, you know, the general, like, art, separate art from the artist. Like, once art is in the eyes of the public, like, that art, interpretation and canonically wise, like, there's a lot of stuff about how the public and how the viewer can change the art. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about just objectively looking at the series and being like, what did it do good? What did it do wrong? And not to be a negative Nancy, but I feel like that mindset often comes from people who are really reluctant to say bad things about the art, or, like, criticize the artistic choices that were made. And often this goes hand in hand with saying, like, if you were disappointed, it was because you specifically set up an unrealistic expectation. And yes, sometimes that can happen. Absolutely, call it out if it happens. But I think that if you're going to even acknowledge, you know, like, expectations and stuff that doesn't work, okay, what about expectations that seemed perfectly logical and then were not met? What if expectations that weren't just out of some personal desire of fulfillment that is totally undetached? What if like people saw themes and expected some kind of continuity and build up and then were disappointed when they were not followed through? I don't think that's just fandom being like, oh, they were just expecting whatever they wanted and they didn't get it, so they're unhappy. Like, I think you can talk about that in an interesting and nuanced way. And specifically, if I may say, this is something I particularly struggle with, is that whenever I'm critiquing art, rather than looking at it as what I want it to be, looking at it as what it wants to be, if that makes sense, or what the creator wants it to be. Like, you know, there's a lot of things in which if I had my hands on it, it would go in a different direction. It wouldn't make it... That's a whole different, like, discussion from actually critiquing what it is and what the artist's decisions were. I guess my point is that, I think there's something about examining an artist's goals and intentions when it comes to the execution of their art and actually critiquing what they did right and wrong with that intention and that, like, that specific agency of the artist in mind. Because I find it very interesting when art is specifically a creation by a person and therefore is as fallible as a person can be, if that makes sense. I don't mean to come into discussions like this saying that, like, I revel in criticism because I love tearing things apart. I mean, sometimes I do. But for the most part, I think art is beautiful because it is susceptible to all kinds of reactions and thoughts. And call me a centrist, but I think mindless, you know, just look on the bright side praise is not good. As much as I think that mindless hate, and I won't engage with it, but I'm just gonna assume it's bad, is not good either. Like, when I hate on something that I haven't even engaged with, I will make it known that it is not, like, my sincere artistic opinion, because I will acknowledge that I have not tried it for myself. If I have tried it for myself and I think it's trash, then yeah, full speed, go ahead. But, you know, Goose, agreed. There are always going to be people who think a piece of media is the best or worst. That makes them very easy to use as a straw man. Yeah, exactly. And what sucks that I even see that being used with people whose points I otherwise agree with. It's like, straw manning is such a tricky tool because on one hand, yes, I understand the psychological satisfaction of seeing like a one guy and being like, ooh, you said just the wrong thing and I can own you and I got you in my checkmate. And like, I get that. It must be so satisfying to have the exact correct rebuttal to say. But also, your like general arguments shouldn't always be against the one guy unless your video is literally just a rebuttal to the one guy. Like, if your video is going to be about an overall point to be made, it can't be about the one guys. Because otherwise, it's not really a thesis, it's more of you taking someone's paper and... I don't know. My brain ran out. Please be patient with me, my brain went out. I hope you understand where I'm coming from, because just... I guess fandom is kind of a loaded word as well. And when I think about art that is good, but is otherwise, you know, talked negatively because of its quote-unquote fandom, that always bums me out. And I think I've talked about this before, so apologies if it sounds like I'm just repeating myself. But when people don't give certain things a chance because of specifically fandom, as in, like, people seem annoying about it. This is different if the fandom is, like, racist, and it's sort of because the source material's racist. It's like, stuff like that where there's, like, a correlation. Like, I get it, you know, like, the reflection, you know, in the target audience, yeah. But if it's just, like, the fandom is annoying because it's big and popular, and by just process of numbers, there's going to be people who are inevitably going to be annoying about it. It is absolutely no fault of the art or creator themselves. Like that, I just feel like so bad for the creator and art in question, because they did not do a damn thing to deserve any kind of reputation like that in that circumstance. It's like taking a single review and saying this is how it represents how everyone sees it. Dude, Goose, that reminded me of a slightly related thing. What gets my goose, funnily enough, is whenever you see someone, I'm gonna bring up Twitter because I see this. Like, someone makes a tweet that's like expressing an opinion, and it may not even be a particularly bad one, but it may not just be worded, or I don't know, maybe a little thoughtless. And then someone will reply to it or quote tweet it being like, X people always go Y, but then they also end up going Z. And it's like, I always like want to step back and be like, you can't always assume this one person, like this one guy, this real straw man, is representative of the people that you want to knock down. Because again, that's ultimately straw manning, and your argument isn't, like, you're also just making assumptions and leaps in logic too. Like, X fans are always asking for Y, but they also can't handle that. Like, I can see it working sometimes, but for the most part, when it's just about a nebulous group of people, like certain fans or certain critics or something, it's like, critics are always unsatisfied with this, but somehow they always seem to be quiet when this comes out. And I'm like, I'm sorry, is this a movement we're talking about where there's like a head leader that's leading like a squadron of people? Is there an organized like thing that you're referring to and citing scholarly? Why are you talking as if they're all a monolith, as if people do not have like different Venn diagrams of beliefs and affiliations? This isn't even a fandom specific thing, it's just kind of a general I would say rhetorical device being used online that kind of pisses me off more than anything. My brain is still recovering from the migraine. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that, Worrell. Okay, Seal might be a design that I'm gonna have to sleep on and come back later, because, yeah, I don't think we can finish, quote-unquote, today, but this is gonna be one of those works in progresses that's gotta be cooking in the oven for a little bit. But that's fine, we can actually get started on the comic. And fortunately, the comic actually doesn't feature his modern-day design, so we don't have to worry about mimicking the design that does not exist yet. Which is good. Goes. Wait a minute. This is kind of a bobbery. I mean, Skylar's outfit isn't the most cohesive either, but at least it's kind of fun and you can see what she's going for. Seal is... It should be more cohesive than it is, considering who he is. he's gotta cook a little bit more. That's on me. But at the very least, I think he definitely looks better. I think shape and texture-wise, it's definitely an improvement. And I do think that for some reason having this blue and this blue be basically the same is sort of wigging me out. I think I need to... I do have a black that is just like sitting around and not being used. Except that's a bit too dark. That's a bit too dark. And also, this is too light. I just don't want it to be the exact shade. But I also can't find a way to fit this guy in. Oh, whatever. Looks nice. Oh, thank you. It's always good to have a second opinion. Also, he has glasses. Don't forget that there is a second layer of his design. And also, I will say, a bit gaudy, and I'm definitely thinking of changing, at the very least, the... Well, actually... Oh, wait, the kind of Celeste color? Like the silver, almost, glasses? That kind of works, honestly. So not that. And then for the dots, maybe we can have it be this? Hello, champion. Something like that. I love Seal design. Oh, thank you, Goose. Thank you, you are so kind. Yeah, it's definitely an improvement. So the reason why it's shaped like that, by the way, is because Butterfly. But I will say, yes, it is shaped a little weird, and I'm willing to like adjust it the slightest bit. Does this make this less weird? Or maybe just round it down a little bit. Just make it more subtle. My Nuzlocke fight against Lance? Dude, a Nuzlocke all the way to the champion? Bro. I've never done a Nuzlocke. It sounds fun. Like, specifically to stream, so you make a spectacle out of yourself. But, yeah. My ass would be cheating. I'm not gonna lie. I'm the type of gamer in which if I have the opportunity to save state, I will. Maybe I should make it thinner. Yeah. This is good. We will keep it like that for now. I still think the pants are like being the exact same as the hat is either I have to do something about the pants. Either it has to, maybe I'll give the stripes again. It didn't have stripes before. So I could just experimentally just basically just like, which admittedly is a lot of pattern. Like this combined with the hat. It's a lot. So perhaps not. But regardless. Alright, Seal. My boy. Actually, you know what? Yeah, this blue isn't bad for him. For the glasses, because it's lighter than the hair, but it's darker than the skin. Yeah. I can fuck with that. Alright. So yes, that is Seal for now. Let's get to that freaking comic, bro. So this is kind of a soft sequel to... Let me get that gay-ass food away. Hold on. This is a soft sequel to the Adam as a Big Brother comic. I actually have a couple of these planned. Just him at this stage where he's sort of like high school and his siblings are like itty-bitty elementary schoolers. It's fun exploring the pupa stage of some of the Chroma Synth kids because I don't have to think too hard about design because their outfit isn't nearly as elaborate. Also because they're kids, so they just be wearing shit. They'd be wearing a shirt that says applesauce and it's like, yep, that's what a kid would wear. Deltarune! Also, yes, Safi, I am paying attention to your question. I am Susie Deltarune. I like ceilings, fountains, pool, and my two best friends are Chris and Rousey. I like smoking every day. I like girls and that's okay. I am Susie from Deltarune. Those are the real lyrics. Susie herself told me. Chroma Synth is dubbed between the three of us Ace Attorney style. Wait! That's crazy! That's a crazy question! Well, I don't mean to brag, but I think I can pull off a pretty sweet Ujin. Though I am biased because I am Korean and I have, slothful Jeremiah, except he is Korean, energy for voice acting. So, okay, now we're talking about, like, just general execution of how voices would work. So, without, you know, assigning it to any of us, now I have to think about who they sound like, just in general. So Ujin is definitely kind of a... I mean, I've had voice claims for them a while ago. These have not been updated because they're not, like, particularly high on my priority list, per se. And, like, maybe if I have time. But, yeah, I see Ujin being a very low register. Super low. Super just not even performing per se. Just I would say actually lower than mine. I have a pretty like a big range when it comes to expression, just for musical purposes. But I feel like Ujin is like, hey, what's up? Like I can't even do it right, but like somewhere down there. So Ujin would definitely be down there. Adam, I've always just assigned just a very traditional, like deep masculine voice. Kind of like how he looks is just very traditionally masculine. I just imagine he sounds very much the same. Not in a particularly, like, dreamy way, mind you, just like a guy, you know. A guy who takes particular care to present a certain way, mind you, but still a guy. Like, he doesn't sound like YN's Alpha or whatever, but, Gabrielle, I actually imagine her, I think I voice claimed her as Francesca Ramsey? She was a YouTuber that I followed, but just like a, not super high, but a very, like, a very expressive, very, like, kind, I can't give voices traits, like personality traits, that's not exactly how it works, but, I would say, okay, Tian is definitely, like, high on the expressive scale. I feel like she would sound like kind of, you know, in anime dubs, there's a character who is essentially like the princely girl, and they always sort of sound very similar. I feel like that's basically Tian. Like, it's a very distinct kind of voice in anime dubs. I can't quite explain it, but she would sound like that. And Seal? Not Seal, Clark. Sorry, it's been years and I still make that mistake. Because I'm thinking of CL specifically. Clark? Honestly, the tone? Like, the actual, you know, volume and tone of the voice doesn't matter to me as much as just having good delivery. Because a lot of his dialogue is meant to be almost naturalistic. You know, insert joke about having, realistic dialogue here. But it's just, as long as that is conveyed well enough, I'm not particularly picky. There's like kind of a nervous energy character. Clover... I don't know, what the hell is his name? Troye Sivan. I don't know why I thought of Troye Sivan. I know he voices someone in the Trolls movies, so he's technically a voice actor now. But, I don't know why I thought of Troye Sivan. But that'll work. Mara. Just make it as rough and British as possible, and you got it. Like, I don't think it's particularly raspy per se, but I can actually imagine it being kind of, like, high, on the higher end. I can imagine it being, like, particularly low, honestly. I can see her being more in between. Oh, how about we listen to Make Art. Yuna, oh yeah, that's kind of a lower, smoother voice, definitely. I would imagine it has the same articulation that I give to Edgeworth, in which the words are very purposeful. It gives off the impression that this person has been trained when it comes to presenting themselves in a dignified and put together manner. You know, it's not like, you know, every smooth sounding voice is a British accent, but it's a type of articulation that it's very purposeful. You know, it's almost like, you know, they were raised by someone who could be a politician, basically. But, it's kind of a very stereotypical kind of voice, but I don't see Brie having the, you know, the very anime, like, I'm a soft girl, and though I have a soft girl voice, it sounds kind of like
like a baby's talking, even though I'm supposed to be like a grown woman.
Like, I don't see her talking like that. I can see her basically talking like Haruhi from Ouran High School Host Club, in which, like, yeah, that's just what an adult woman sounds like. If you're wondering, he's wearing a little fluffy hat. Again, I have known the kid that always wears like a specific type of hat to school. And at one point I was that kid. I'm gonna be so for real. As much as I've done with Chromosynth, the idea of voice acting my own characters, like not just Ujin, who I would be probably somewhat more comfortable with, like a bunch of them, I'm getting kind of embarrassed just thinking about it a little bit. Like, maybe I could do a Toby Fox in which certain voice acting can be pitch shifted for execution, and I can do like those little text blips, Banjo-Kazooie style. But when it comes to full-on voice acting, I don't know if I got that range, bro. I'm writing checks that my voice cannot cash, basically. Tragic. Your favorite character had the Justin Bieber bowl cut when he was very little. See, the funny thing is, when Chromosynth was something that I would consider a visual novel, I did in fact plan out little voice blips and things for them so I could imagine to a certain extent, you know, what they sound like. But that is such a small part of the big picture that I have basically cast to the wayside in lieu of everything else I've had to focus on. Haven't even thought about it. Like, I can think of in my brain, like, I can imagine how they behave and all that. But when it comes to actually putting together a concrete voice, it's very abstract. Yeah, Lewis would be a damn tricky voice to pull off, I will say. I guess, Roll, you have pulled off very, like, hyperactive characters. So that's not too much of a surprise, but oh boy. Your Carolyn voice could be very similar to your K one? True, bestie! And your K voice is a very good voice. It's like, it's not too anime, if I may say. I feel like I've seen a post like this, and I can very much agree with it, of too many voiceover artists these days are too influenced by a specific execution that they've grown to accustom with, like, you know, the media they grew up with, but it kind of gives off like a guys, let's be calm with ourselves here. Like it's there's a certain breathiness to it, and a kind of, it's not like classical theater trained, and I kind of like older anime in which it was pre just the anime mainstream era, in which actors and actresses were just like classically trained, and so they felt more natural, if that makes sense. Like, I don't blame that one TikTok girl for making fun of how indie animation sounds, even though it's not an indie animation specific problem when people execute their voices like this. It's not just indie animation. It's in fact anime certain dubs be doing it like that too. And I don't think it's a dubs versus subs thing. I just think it's certain people's execution that could be. Maybe it's like the voice direction too as well. Maybe it's not their fault, but still. Hey, Deku. My mind automatically goes to Deku and Bakugo because of like the infamy of their voices now. So it's like, Gachan. Hey, Deku. I don't know why that's what I get. It's no hate to the voiceover skills of the My Hero Academia cast. I'm sure they're excellent. It's just there's something about certain anime dubs in which, I don't know, there's a good and a bad way to do it. And I don't mean to say that all dubs just sound like that, because Japanese is like impossible to translate to English. It's just sometimes it'd be a little clunky, and maybe when you're a kid it seems fine, but then yeah, it's something about the breathiness, maybe something about the breathiness. It's maybe like, because I was talking about how, you know, they were inspired by how anime sounded like to them, which is what English voice actors thought Japanese sounded like to them. So it's kind of an imitation of an imitation, a Xerox of a Xerox, if you will. So, which is always why I mean, firstly, acting and voice acting, totally different when it comes to just sheer talent. Same reason why, like, voice acting in a movie and, you know, being in a musical is a totally different talent. And that's why a lot of movies fail, because these are very different mediums, and executing it is going to be a labor of love. That's a whole other topic. Some English dubs far surpass the original. They sound like the initial language, but may I say, a lot of Funimation dubs are like that for some reason. Dude, I love like the 4Kids dub of Bobobo, the 4Kids dub of Pokemon. Again, these are like kind of older classical anime that is old enough that it didn't, like, you know, become an imitation. It felt just like what a kid's cartoon would sound like, except maybe a little more stilted because of certain deliveries of, you know, the language barrier. Like, because Japanese is a language where, I mean, I don't know it too much, but there are certain things you learn to observe where, like, someone who speaks Japanese a lot and then, you know, speaks in English, which I can understand, there are certain things that can carry over, like that, there are certain phrases and, you know, things in a sentence that can kind of give away, like, that is uniquely Japanese, and translating them directly to English may not be. Like, translation itself is just woof. Huge responsibility, and I admire people who can do it effectively. Did Crunchyroll absorb Funimation? I think so.
so sorry. Like, there's a difference between someone going, I'm Ash Ketchum. Hey, let's go, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then there's a difference between... You know, I'm not doing them justice, because when I think of the My Hero Academia dub, I actually don't think of the original. I think of the parody dubs, and I feel like that is not allowing me to critique this subject matter properly, because I am judging what is essentially a bastardization of the original source content. So maybe I should end the discussion there, because all I can think about are the videos in which people do the Bakugo and Izuku voice, and like that's just taken over the mental slot of what I think about. So, you know, maybe I shouldn't speak on it with authority until I can actually properly back up my sources. Or what we can do is Izuku Midoriya moments. Deku's funny moments. Deku being a cinnamon roll. Deku badass moments. Where am I? Where am I, bro? Okay. Izuku Midoriya moments English dub. It's really easy to over-exaggerate. Okay. Let's watch this.
Oh, one more thing. It's about your old master.
You know.
Okay, he really does sound like that though.
Reminds me of my predecessor.
She does? Wait, how so?
It's the
Wait,
hairstyle.
how so?
Sure.
Oh,
She was so beautiful.
I know.
Oh, one more thing.
it's so breathy. I don't know how to describe. Again, it's not bad. It's just unfortunately an example of a broader trend that, you know, when it's oversaturated can create a negative reaction. But alright, good to know that the actual original thing that I'm critiquing is not so much of a stretch of the parodies I'm also thinking of. Okay.
About your old master.
Oh, yeah. Dude, when we voice someone in Ace Attorney, I have to find someone to do that Deku voice with. I swear to God, I'm gonna be like the dun like just hunting down a character like a shark. Gonna try to find someone to associate that voice with. It kind of like how my execution for the Apollo voice was just wholly just Ash Ketchum 4Kids, like, dude, what the heck is up? And it doesn't even quite sound like that. It sounds more like my natural voice because I have to do a lot of Apollo. But we've got 2 more games for me to find that character. Bro, I'm cooked. See, what's crazy is Apollo is a rare example of me doing a specific voice with the main character, so he kind of stuck around. That voice really suits Apollo. It's kind of crazy how it ended up suiting him, despite how little I knew about him. Like, the reason why I went with the quirky protagonist dub is because my impression of him, from both the periphery and from, like, slight, you know, spoilers and all that, is that he was the very, like, up-and-coming, like, shonen protag vibes, as opposed to Phoenix, who's obviously, like, optimistic and spirited in his own way, but does have kind of, like, because he has Maya to bounce off of, he seems sort of more, like, laid back and jaded and cynical, as opposed to Apollo, who's like, let's go! We've got this, guys! And to my surprise, there were several instances in which people complained about Apollo's voice being too raspy and too loud and obnoxious, which kind of tied the whole thing together in a nice, neat ribbon, didn't it? That being said, if anyone dubs Vincent's lines with the Izuku Midoriya voice, I will personally track you down and kill you.
Just letting you know. Just if we're going to set fandom creator boundaries, I'm just gonna put that out there. Kids be like hot air balloon t-shirt. Oh yeah, I have a slightly not itty bitty kid, but more teenager Adam here. Look at him, what a cutie patootie. So yes, in the panel when he was about 7, I believe, that's about the time I have for their age difference. He has like a long hair and a ponytail. This is kind of that funky era in which he has just enough freedom to actually cut and style his hair in the way that he wants, but it still kind of has a level of fluff to it. That is very much him. But yes, if I may talk about the Chromosynth stuff I've worked on this week, the value page it's something that honestly is a long time coming, and I'm slightly ashamed I haven't published it sooner. Kind of the same with the location thing. I gotta get that map drawn so I can actually post it on the website, because like the list of values is a thing that I have and have always kind of had in my data. There was just never a time or like an opportunity to, or like even like a decent plan I could think of on how to arrange it visually in a way that is pleasing and interesting to look at. Because in my, like, you know, secret notes, Sangsangled notes, it is literally just like mass manipulation and like bullet points, which obviously I didn't want to do for the actual execution on the website. I wanted it to be like, actually, speaking of My Hero Academia, I actually took some slight inspiration from the fandom wiki page on Quirks, because obviously they work somewhat similarly, and so I kind of looked at them and saw how they did that, and I was like, huh, okay, I'll attain for something that works and maybe works better in some ways. But yes, I was able to figure out a way to organize it, and it kind of helped that I already had established the, you know, different grids and graphs already, so it was just kind of building upon stuff I already did. I hope you appreciate the fact that the whole subclass and superclass thing, despite being in certain character bios for clarity purposes, was actually not something that I had devised from the get-go. Originally, each value all had kind of their own individuality, but then you kind of realize that yes, I can categorize, you know, and compartmentalize values in their value families. However, even within those families, there are going to be values that are you know, related to each other to an extent in which they could be interchangeable. And so then created the necessity for subgroups and supergroups. Because otherwise, okay, I'm gonna have two values that focus on eyesight and they're just gonna be separate? Fuck no. Get in a list, shoddy. You can go back to the Chromosynth voice thing, that's fine. Rowan would be similar to how I normally speak with maybe a little bit of Kazuma. Taylor is me with Southern. Lewis would be kind of like Mo and Sean. Interesting! Yeah. Blaze would be like Valid. He is kind of like Valid. Yeah, you know what? I see it. See, this is the kind of shit is why Chromosynth is what it is and isn't what it isn't. And by that, I mean what it isn't is a fully animated voice acted project, because I would absolutely need a separate voice director to go, hey, this works and this doesn't, because that is not my realm. Get it twisted. He is looking very handsome, however, he must move the neck over because it is not accurate. It's like here. It's kind of crazy. I don't know if... I know Safi writes a lot of characters with, you know, their own character voice and all that, which, yeah. But specifically, I bring up Safi because I know that, at the very least, you write characters with, like, dialogue and all that. And do you also... there's a difference between writing the dialogue and presenting the execution of which, and literally imagining what they would, like, audibly sound like. Like, Safi, do you also find it kind of difficult, or do you just kind of have that down pat? I feel like it really depends. There's a bug on my tablet. Get at it. Like, because there's one thing about writing characters and conveying characters. It's kind of a whole other thing to actually sonically describe how they work. I think it's because I'm such a visual person, and even in writing, writing is just expressing what I can visually imagine, but when it comes to voice, it's so distinctly sound that I could maybe describe it, but I would not be able to pick it out. Shout out to Tomodachi Life for giving me an avenue to articulate. Oh, that's true! Tomodachi Life does help about that. Yeah. You know what? It's been a while since I've played Tomodachi Life, but I actually did sort of have to sit down and assess what my characters would sound like. Okay, Safi, if you want me to reiterate the question, that's fine. Admittedly, I was kind of drawing it out because I also wasn't entirely sure what I was trying to voice. So, for me, I am a... My friend asked me to do this. Can you send me pictures of your voice sliders? Oh my gosh. For your reviews. Still Alive is a perfect song. It is! You finished Portal 1? Yay! Yay! Still alive! Wait, Safi, so did you want me to reiterate the question for me, or were you asking to reword it to someone else? Because there's a lot of conversations happening in chat. maybe a book instead. Not writing. I'm sort of checked out, and also it's a long-winded question, so one more time. Okay, so you are asking me. Okay, so my question was, because this stemmed from me having difficulty, because I can convey I can approximate a voice through visuals and writing. However, when it comes to actually just hearing a voice and going, that's it, it's actually really hard for me. And because you're in a similar situation with me creatively, in which you're conceiving a story where like you can imagine your character's voices and describe it, I'm wondering if you also have a same like challenge actually, because it's audio based, which in some ways can be linked to, you know, writing and reading and visual, but it's like also like a whole other medium. Like I found that when it comes to music, I have a lot of fun like analyzing and listening to it, but when it comes to making it, I am totally just like composing, not my field at all. But oh, you can immediately picture what a character's speaking voice. Oh, interesting. You know, maybe it's just me. Maybe when I imagine a scene with the character, the voice is less of a distinct thing I'm hearing, but more of a general concept, if that makes sense. You know, kind of like how when you dream, the things you see in dreams usually don't have concrete forms. They're just kind of this hazy approximation of a thing. That's how I conceptualize voices. Mind you, voices that do not exist. Like, when I think of, like, a real person's voice that I've heard before, that's a different thing. Like, musically, it's like music. I can remember it, I can look at it. When it comes to, like, imagining something that I personally conceived, even if I was reading a book and hearing the character's voice, I couldn't really give you a voice claim for that character because I don't like pay attention to voices that much, interestingly enough. The sound area when it comes to creativity and art is a field I, at the very least, have some connection with because, you know, I've played instruments before. I like music. I can recognize things. But I am very, I would say, music blind when it comes to, in comparison to, you know, writing, reading, drawing. So I don't know how some people can balance all that. I'm very impressed. That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe not that. Just a casual neck. I very much appreciate Apollo's memes in the Chromosynth section of the server, especially the one where Emil is mentioned on the one that, like, I like turtles. Does that mean I'm gonna be a Ninja Turtle? I felt that so bad. Oh my gosh, XYB! Hello! Oh yes, also, yes, sorry, you do have a request, and I apologize for not playing it sooner. That's on me. But I can definitely play it before you go, dude, oh, it's this classic video. 15 years ago, god damn. 15 years ago. Well, here we are again. It's always such a pleasure. Remember when you tried to kill me twice? Oh, how we laughed and laughed. Except I wasn't laughing. Under the circumstances, I've been shockingly nice. You want your freedom, take. I love Want You Gone so much. It's I actually like it more than Still Alive because I have a soft spot for Portal 2 specifically. Now I only want you gone.
She was a lot like you, maybe not quite as heavy.
I'm honestly really attracted to just her voice. That's not... What? What do you mean that's weird? Sorry, do you know who I put as #1 tier in my Tumblr Sexy Man and Woman list? N. Sephiroth GLaDOS. Get it twisted. Do not come in here with a hear me out. I'm sorry, you came to the conference of ears. No hearing necessary, my friend.
Oh, did you think I meant you? That would be funny if it weren't so sad.
Oh yeah, I saw that Apollo offered to do your tarot reading, and it was so horrible. I'm glad. Dude. I was scared I'd get the tower. Oh, I mean, the tower is arguably worse. It's probably the worst one because it's basically just saying a bad thing is going to happen and change everything, which is the most reductive way of putting it, of course. All, like, tarots are kind of like horoscopes in which there are good interpretations and there are bad interpretations, and it just depends on how you take it. You know, interpretation's a hell of a thing, but yeah. I mean, the tower, in the most positive way, could be... Oh, by the way, Jonathan Coulton, shout out to my man, Jonathan Coulton. I don't know what his personal life is about, but I know that he makes some banger-ass musics. Honestly, on the level of Mr. Lemon Demon Neil Cicierega. And I feel he needs more recognition because his songs, both parody songs and just general songs, excellent. Can't recommend him enough. The tower can represent the collapse of faulty structures. Yes! The tower can get... What if... Like... Okay, this is, I guess, a hypothetical that works if you're a fictional character, maybe not a real person, but there are characters who have faulty beliefs that they have built up their entire lives, and breaking down that is the step required to actually progress to where they need to be. So yes, it's gonna suck in the moment because your world is crumbling around you, but it's for the ultimate better, it's for the greater good. It's the classic, you know, the failure that helps you realize what you're truly meant for kind of thing. Also, XYB, yes, if you get the tower, you'll be able to accept the Trolls franchise in your heart. I feel like XYB... On one hand, yes, Trolls is a franchise that lacks, bratty men. Wait a minute. XYB. In the third movie, there are these two characters, brother and sister, who are kind of iconic for both being bratty, and there is a male counterpart who is kind of fabulous, and I feel like he is up your alley. He is up your alley. So if that is what it takes to get you into Trolls, which is mostly about the Trolls, like, hop on that. You know, the Trolls franchise, like, I'm not gonna lie, yes, I am a 20-something adult, yes, I'm almost in my 30s, I would in fact watch Trolls 4 if it came out. I would actually be tapping my wrist for whenever Trolls the 4th movie came out, because I would be excited for it. I love Trolls, but I can never say I do to, like, normal people. Who cares, bro? Like, there are people out there who are, like, weird about Bluey, and, like, who cares, bro? But what would your manager think? They would probably think, who cares,
cares, bro? How can I get this through to you? Who cares? As long as you're not like, this isn't even on the level of like saying I'm in the fandom or I actually when I worked in the movie theater, that's when Trolls 3 came out, so I did nab one of those promotional cups that has a little branch at the top, so I can't say I have Trolls merchandise. But I will say, I'm not going around wearing a Trolls t-shirt and making it loud and proud fandom style. You can just appreciate it as a good piece of art. You also realize that, like, a lot of Disney movies are kind of also for kids and babies. It's just slightly less destigmatized to like them because, one, the classic animation is beautiful, and two, nostalgia value is a hell of a thing, you know? We live in a very judgy society, so I'm very easily shamed. I'm not asking you to be your most obnoxious self with whatever you feel like. I'm saying just talking about what you like and what you feel and think doesn't hurt. Like, this is the barest of just self-expression. It's not even on the level of, like, cringy fandom. It's just talking about how you feel, bro. Allow yourself the room to feel. I think having shame is a good factor. Honestly, XYB, I sort of agree. I think there is a point to having a decent amount of shame. Like, shame is the reason why I let's see. Shame is the reason why at work, when I hear someone I see kids play Roblox on the computer, I don't immediately try to strike up a conversation about Dress to Impress, a Roblox game I know. Why? Because a part of me is like, I don't think they would want to talk to a 20-something about Dress to Impress. I'm not gonna put myself in that position. And also shame is why I don't, like, say all my intrusive thoughts. Or, you know, I would say, like, on a certain level, I can sympathize with Sari's just mindset, but that's really only necessary to the extreme. Like I said, like, if you go to work wearing a Trolls shirt and, like, a Trolls backpack, then yeah, you're gonna look a little crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Some people can rock it if they're just, you know, going out on the day or whatever. But, like, as long as it doesn't get to that level, you can still like and talk about it. Like, what happened to treating art forms as just a medium to be examined? Huh? What is the correct amount of being a fan of something? I'm gonna be so for real. Being an adult means you're going to look at all kinds of media and just having a conversation about it. About how you feel, regardless of how mature or immature it is. It's just being able to talk about it and being able to express what you like and what you don't like. Like, that is the barest minimum, and that is basically all I'm doing. Like, even if I was, you know... Yes, I wouldn't talk about the Trolls franchise to a stranger. I'm only really talking about it because I am in my own little space where I can talk about whatever. But, you know, if the conversation came up about... In serious cinema, like, if I was in film class and the conversation came up about the representation of, you know, metaphors and allegories and how Zootopia did some things wrong, I would absolutely bring up Trolls World Tour as an example of colonialism and a metaphor being done correctly. And the fact that it is a silly little kids movie does not take away from that art executing that message well. And if you think that that is, like, immature just to do, like, that is... yeah. I know so many film snobs, like, see, that's the problem, sorry. You're thinking of, like, the worst case scenario of, like, the most judgy, kind of, like, insufferable people? But, like, the average person will hear you out.
maybe that's where we should start the conversation, is that you're kind of like, this is a kind of anxiety that is culminating in the fearful straw man that will always be there to put down whatever you're doing. But I'm here to tell you the reality is that you should want to engage with things even if they are kiddish, because like they're still things made by adults. You should still want to at least see what they have to provide. Even if the outcome is I didn't like that or I thought that was juvenile, like just engaging with it on a sheer level is not a sin. You say that like in film analysis and people can be super snobbish. I know they can be. I'm saying that still doesn't represent the, like, that shouldn't dictate how you move forward. Is that what I'm trying? That's just how I'm trying to say. I understand the general caution and apprehension you can have, but if you want to have just an engaging discussion, you're going to have to take risks like that in order to maybe engage with subjects that other people may not find interesting. Honestly, sorry, you know what it is? I think you aren't familiar with the Trolls franchise, but your perception of it is what you think other people's negative perception of it is. So you are coming in preemptively with the assumption that the Trolls franchise is only juvenile, because that is what you think the majority of adults will be. Okay, you watched all 3 movies? Then why are you being like this? You should be agreeing with me! I'm not saying it's a masterpiece, I'm saying there's things we can talk about. How is this so difficult? Like, people talk about Looney Tunes in film history, and just because it's old and the animation is good doesn't take away from the fact that ultimately it is cartoons for children. The main takeaway I got from my film major is that film is such a wide medium of art that it is by no means invaluable not to look at any part of it. Like, there's a whole sub-study of film that is about pornography. Like, specifically, like the history and the culture of pornographic films. And yes, it is fascinating because sex is such a complex subject that is inherently interweaved with society and humanity and expression and art. So yes, of course, like, part of it is some of the earliest films were pornography, because as soon as humans create art, they're gonna turn something sexual about it. And so what can we learn from that? How can we take away what this it's like man. In my experience, I've been shamed. I'm sorry that you've been shamed. Sorry. And I'm not trying to argue that that didn't happen, nor that that didn't suck. Again, I'm saying to just the broader people that I'm speaking to, sucks that that happens. Don't let that stop you. Please. Just, if that stops you, whatever. I can't tell you what to do, but my advice is you shouldn't let that stop you. Same with being like, if you're bullied by people, you shouldn't just give up trying to be happy. Like, yes, easier said than done, but no. Hell no. The fuck? That's the problem with shame, though. It's hard to get over, even if it's absurd. Listen, I can absolutely empathize with that. This may not be obvious through my behavior, or it could be the most obvious through my behavior. I am actually being riddled with shame almost all the time. The only reason that I can kind of be comfortable with myself and express myself like this is because I have trained myself enough to get to this point. Like, before I have like regularly streamed, I had to get comfortable with presenting my face, presenting my personality, my behavior, my interests, like all that. That was all its own shame hurdle to get over. Now, like actually projecting myself on stream, I don't really have to think twice about it. And for the better, because now I feel like I can communicate, I can articulate better. Honestly, not great sometimes, but better. In some ways, I feel like I have more self-confidence in myself. Not a lot, but more. It's I'm trying to I hope I'm getting across what I'm intending to say. I am trying to speak logically to an issue that is fundamentally emotion-based, and the outcome cannot be reached if we can't meet eye to eye on the sheer logic and reality of the matter, which I understand. Again, the mind is a hell of a thing. And it's really easy for me to tell someone get over it, but it's not going to be easy for them to actually apply it themselves. I'm glad to be able to talk about this without... Thank you, sorry. I hope I didn't come off as me going, alright, 1v1, asshole, get in the ring. I hope what I am meaning to come across is not that I am, like, pissed off at you for disagreeing with me, is that I'm trying to convey a point, and I can absolutely understand where you're coming from, and I'm frustrated on your behalf because of what you're going through, if that makes sense. And the fact that you can at the very least acknowledge that, you know, it is the shame and it's hard to overcome, that does show a level of self-awareness, and that is the first step to changing and healing, as we all know. So, yeah. When it comes to any kind of, you know, like, kind of argument that happens here, I'm always grateful to a certain extent that people feel vulnerable enough to be honest with me and not feel the need to either be quiet or just kind of go along with everything I have to say, regardless of what they believe. I actually think conversations are much more interesting when there is kind of a back and forth. Not saying that I want everyone to disagree with me all at once. Not all at once. But, you know, I would not like to surround myself with people who only exist to espouse my virtues. Because then, that's like a cult. I don't think I'm built for that. Unless I can monetize it, in which case I could try it out. Wait, no, not a cult, a fandom. That's different. That's different. Very different. Mustis Winyan tried to run while pooping. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. Mustis has to be like a good couple months old now, right? I mean, obviously she's still an itty bitty kitty. That's for certain. But at a certain point, that's gotta be like a grown ass cat, right? I don't know animals. I don't know shit. But I guess RIP to whatever happens in that adolescent kitty stage. We got her February. Oh, cats only become adults when they're a year or two. Oh, gotcha. Interesting. You know, in retrospect, maybe giving my Eustace the Uwu voice did fit, because eventually we did have a cat Eustace exist. So like Nya or something. Oh, I just got sad because I realized I'm never going to voice Eustace again in like a game unless we replay Investigations. I don't get your hopes up. That's not gonna happen. Unless, no, don't get your hopes up. Don't do it. But, man, what a, like, not just my voice for him, of course, but just the character. What a goddamn treat. Yes, I'm nostalgia baiting for Eustace Winter. That's what's up. New game soon? Dude, Hopium! Dude, you just gotta believe. Always bet on Ace Attorney 7, which will feature Investigations cameos. Trust! It's gonna feature Lang and Kay and Eustace. Yes! Man, I've seen Ace Attorney Twitter go through it, and to the point where I've genuinely just given up any hope. Now that if any Ace Attorney news about a game comes out, I will just be like, huh, cool, and I'll just leave it at that. Like, I will not have any stakes in this conversation. I say that, and yet somehow we did get a new Tomodachi Life and a Rhythm Heaven. So maybe the impossible can be possible. Maybe the miracle can happen. By the way, guys, if you aren't aware, the reason why I specifically say the miracle happened and not happened is that it's an infamous translation error in which, like, that scene in Phoenix Wright Justice for All, the Matt Angar case, and they actually mistyped it and it said the miracle never happened, and I find that the funniest shit ever. And so I will always refer to it in that tense. They obviously patched it in later versions. I just find it so funny. The miracle never happened. Aw, wait, Steel looks so cute in this chibi with the big hat. Aw, 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 little South Park character. Aw. What are you planning on playing after you finish all the Ace Attorney games? So my plans for what I will stream in 2031. Well, I guess the first question is, will I still be streaming then? Perhaps yes. I will think so. I'll still be drawing. I'll still be doing things. I guess the other follow-up question is there a potential long-running kind of series that works in the same vein of Ace Attorney, in which it allows for, you know, me to play with Royal and Safi. Maybe not like necessarily just to have a bunch of characters to voice, but just to have us kind of collaborative experience. Something, it could be visual novel-y. I'm very open to visual novels, I think. The gameplay is usually very manageable in visual novels. Wait, oh, sorry. I got evil visions of playing the newest Fire Emblem game that hasn't come out yet, but I really want to play it. But, oh my god. Again, we're talking about like the future after Ace Attorney. I don't even know why I'm thinking about it. I'm just thinking about games I could play. Oh, don't think about Fortune's Weave and how good it probably is and how much you miss Three Houses. Fuck! Oh, I don't have a Switch 2, bro. I don't have a Switch 2. If I'm going to play it, then I'm gonna have to get a whole ass Switch 2, and I do not need that, brother. I didn't even go to Otakon this year because I didn't think I deserved a convention ticket because I already spent so much money on car repair earlier. I even, like, the Switch I have right now I got on a steep discount. I don't think I could do the same for a whole ass Switch 2. Welp. Emulation it is! And then my stream suddenly cuts out because Nintendo killed me. Punch a grandma in GameStop and steal her Switch 2. I mean, how long is she going to play it? Realistically, like, come on. If anything, I'm going to be playing it for longer than she's going to be playing it, so, you know, makes you think. Cold mugshot? I have a binder, which looks like... Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Is that the mugshots that usually go like that? Yeah. Okay, guys. Full disclosure, you can save this all you want. If I end up getting arrested, and like there is a crime on my record, you have absolutely full permission to hold that against me until the end of time. Unless it is a cool crime. Like if I take out a healthcare CEO, then firstly, promise not to snitch. Secondly, you only bring it up to actually say how cool and based I am. Agreed? Yeah. Are you planning on committing a horrible? I feel like XYB truly is in some ways representative of just how teenagers are these days, because like obviously, you know, they're the main one on the streams, but on Twitter, sometimes I will be subjected to like teenage accounts and all that. They do be talking like that like all the time. Y'all are just like something else. This whole culture. I'm the epitome of youth. Yes, you are. Yes. A very good sky face I've been waiting to draw. The fact that I technically have to draw beady eyes with this kind of makes it. You thought it was Epitome? Epitome! Epitome. Kind of like EpiPen, but it's a book you inject. Aww. I mean, I say that, but I am also one who frequently assumes a word is pronounced differently because I read it more than I heard it. So, I mean, I've been there. But yes, epitome is one of those words where it's... If you actually have like the symbols, it should be kind of like this or like something like this. There should be something on the E to indicate something. English is a fuck. Y'all know how it is. Now, Seal, on the other hand, we can get away with the beady eye stuff. These are great expressions. Thank you. It's the least I can do with such a relatively limited art style. I shared this story with other friends earlier today. In your dad's Latin 5 class, one of his classmates pronounced Achilles as "Hey, chills! Hey, yo, chills!" Hey, chill, bro, chill. I mean, what is my most unforgivable mispronunciation? Just out of sheer assumption and all that. It would probably have to be, so you know how cantaloupe is, you know, pronounced cantaloupe? I thought Penelope was also pronounced like that. So I pronounced it Penelope, or like pentalope. Again, I didn't see a lot of words ending with lope, so, you know, you could see where my brain made the connection. But then I heard people say Penelope, and I'd be like, if it was spelled Penelope, then wouldn't the P-E like be like a distinct thing and not just like a lope? Actually, I still think Penelope sounds like a decent word, but regardless, yeah, that's something that kicked my ass for a bit. Why is the texture suddenly so strong? It was not this strong before. Was it? Maybe it's just the way I'm holding my pen. hello, Five Nights at Freddy's. Actually, his hat is getting shorter. Let me make that more consistent. It's supposed to be very droop. I can't wait to see what they're reacting to. It's just I think this may be the first time I'm actually illustrating a sibling interaction that isn't just like a morose kind of a solemn one. It's just a deeply obnoxious one, but a deeply human one nonetheless. And yeah. I love how we have kind of New Yorker cartoon-esque situations where I intentionally vague post about the punchline and people can kind of speculate about it before it drops. I think the other arm, it actually looks more natural. It's let it be somewhere like here. Yeah, that's good. And then the panel down there is basically a copy. So can you imagine, if you were doing this by hand, like traditional inking, you could not in fact copy and paste? Actually, technically, I have seen traditional comics do the same exact panel copying. I don't know how they do that. I don't know enough about traditional inking, because I know enough to know how, like, screen tones are applied and all that, but there's a science there that I don't particularly understand. This is just gonna get redrawn. You know what's going back to the value stuff, by the way. Again, just because it's something I worked on this week. It is so interesting coming up with your own, you know, universe with your own power system and all that. And then because it is something of your own creation, just so much of your work and information is just justifying its existence and being like, well, this is how it would work. And yes, in fact, there is a part that accommodates for that. And compartmentalizing the values, as fun as it is, was also kind of truly a journey of where would that go feasibly, just purely logically trying to suss things out. And yeah, in that way it was definitely like a labor of love, but very much a labor still. Because holy, you don't know how many times I saw a value and was like, that could be this family, but it also could be this family based off of the rules I've established. And so it's hard, what is what I'm trying to say. And I admire anyone who goes the extra mile and makes like a whole sci-fi world and shit. I can't do that. Absolutely not. The best I can do is just create slightly different rules in the world we exist in. I truly I mean, I'm sure different media like this exists. I'm not saying I'm like the most original person, but it's interesting how just the concept of not slice of life, but like generally a world that is basically the same, except just a little more quirky and all that. I mean, that definitely exists within the superhero genre specifically, but like, usually that also involves, like, alien races and all that, and, like, a broader, like, out-of-this-world aspect, but Chromosynth is very much not that. Chromosynth is not going to have an arc in which the characters go to space and realize there are other planets and worlds in a cool Star Trek-esque manner. That is not, as interesting as that would be, that is not something that I can trust myself to execute on. So, I'm sorry for those who expected something like that. That is not a promise I can deliver. It's gonna be boring as shit and take place on Earth. Kind of has magical realism vibes. Oh yeah, that is the term for that genre, isn't it? Huh. Where it's like basically the same world, but kind of worked up. Yeah, that's the stuff I like. I forgot the hands. There you go. That reminds. I think Goose said this in the previous stream when I was working on a comic, but they were like in all sincerity saying, "Can't wait to see what the punchline is," and I lost it because out of context, it could be the most scathing thing you can say to someone who's a comedy writer. And I just thought of that, and I thought, man, that's still funny. that's still funny, bro. It's the equivalent of like, can't wait till it gets funny. Can't wait for that joke. It's not. Goose, please don't apologize. There is nothing wrong with you said. It's just the way it can be interpreted in the most meanest way is so funny to me. I did not, in fact, interpret it that way. It's just the fact that you could was... Oh, man. That's the stuff. Oh, man. I can only also find it funny, Goose, because you have consistently been very nice, that I can trust that you can never mean something so scathing, and that is partly what makes it funny. Like, we're not making fun of you, it's just... I made up a scenario in my head, basically. You also came up with the whole astrology MBTI-esque interpretation. Okay! Okay, personality types and traits. Also, Adam has eyelashes. Lest we forget. I forget them now and then, admittedly. They make him look a little too pretty. I don't think he deserves all that. I'm gonna be so for real. On everyone's soul, we're making quizzes for our world building. Music is a tad loud. Oh, gotcha. I did turn it up when we were playing requests. And also, it is getting late. So... So, obviously, Sky is saying a neat little thing that she can just say right there, and then Adam just say a smaller, more contained thing. It's a good thing that my speech bubbles can actually overlap with the characters a little bit, because my god, would that make framing otherwise so difficult if they all had to be like exactly like non-interacting or intersecting. God. The fun thing about art is that for the most part you can just kind of make up your own rules. Isn't that beautiful? Bro, who's slurping in the background? Who's slurping, bro? Cut that out. What the hell? I blinked and it's Sunday. Dude! New Ace Attorney game! I'm sorry. I just realized how bad that sounds. I mean, we're playing a new Ace Attorney game. There isn't actually a new release. I understand that the way the sentence came together, it may have sounded misleading. we're playing dual Destinies, and like the dual screens that come with the Destinies, I have also heard some dual-ended opinions about the game. However, like all the games we play, we are going to go in with the benefit of the doubt, and, you know, knowing the strengths and the follies of the Ace Attorney franchise, we will all judge fairly and rationally. I know this. That's how I always try to go in, because I hate the idea of going into something with, you know, unfair expectations, either, you know, good or bad, and that affecting, you know, just how you enjoy the game. Like, I hate it when people say, like, I wasn't able to enjoy Undertale because, like, you know, people complained about how I played or whatever. Like, that sucks. Genuinely. Ugh. So, I don't want our experience to be ruined by, you know, certain people's opinions. However, I still want us to go in with an open mind, and open also means critical if necessary. This is always the case. Although I'm mostly explaining for just a general invisible crowd. Safi and Royal, like, they know what's up. They know me. They know how we operate. Honestly, that's partly you know, I knew some stuff about the circus case. Of course I did. But I knew Royal was going in relatively blind, and so I wanted to make sure they knew as little as possible for the fundamental, like, going in just objectively neutral. And this isn't on you, Safi, and I understand why you brought it up. Safi did start the tone of, like, this case is not great, which I don't blame you for. Again, are you upset at me? Safi is talking, I don't know if they're upset at me, but my general, oh, gotcha, okay. They're not mad at me. Oh, but the point is that, the point I was trying to make back then of, like, we are trying to go in with an open mind, let's try as be blind as possible. This applies to, like, everyone, not just, I'm not trying to pinpoint on anyone, but it's just, there's a reason why whenever there are things that I know spoilers about, I am zipped tight, and I only bring it up, like, on a reflection and evaluation basis, because I understand that I am creating a new blind experience, and the less you know, the better. And I specifically value that, like, that ignorance part of going into something blind, and that's why, admittedly, I try not to be too harsh on spoilers, but you can't unlearn something, and you can't let it uninfluence you. That is why I am so, like, please let us enjoy how it is meant to be enjoyed in that bubble, because that is something that we cannot experience again. And the fact that we are streaming it specifically means that this is a special experience that we are able to, like, capture. That, I don't mean to be like, this is the perfect experience, don't ever, no, it's going to be messy, and I don't think it's going to be perfect. But at the very least, what I would like to control is the outside expectations going in. I mean, just, like, feelings and the things you already know, spoilers, obviously you can't help. But otherwise, you know. I didn't get to say I did get spoiled on Paul and Trucy. I didn't know when we figured out. Yeah, I also knew that. Again, did not know the process of that, but there was something in the back of my mind when it came to the fandom in which I didn't know if they were step-siblings or something. I just remember there being some kind of, like, discourse with them about how the writing handled their familiar relationship. And on a lesser note,
like the shipping aspect, because there are in fact people shipped the two, despite them being basically half siblings, so that's not great. So that is something that has come up in fandom, just kind of when the discussion goes around to Apollo. And I'm talking about like kind of serious stuff with Sky's face looking like this, so I apologize if it comes off kind of unnatural. But I was reading a post about the OG Ace Attorney and it just dropped that. Yeah, and I don't blame people for just what has happened unintentionally, but at the very least I hope to control how we go in and what we absorb on stream specifically, you know? So it is about midnight 30, so we can definitely end the stream here, even though it is not like done. Even both the comic and our little lad ended up works in progresses. Regardless, still worked on something. We can feel accomplished about that. I saw the spoiler about Apollo and Trucy from a meme before. Aw. Well, spoiler, sibling or no, you know, like, I know things about Dual Destinies that I'm sure would be a lot more fun if I went in totally blind. Weirdly enough, I don't fucking zip about Spirit of Justice, which, in one hand, yes, makes for a better gaming experience. On the other hand, kind of makes me afraid for, like, there's not a lot of people like that game. But we're, again, going in with an open mind. We keep the judgments inside. We do not disregard them completely, for our feelings can be valid. It is just, you know, we can only do our best. That's why I'm not super upset about spoilers, but seeing how things are played out impacts me more. Yeah, exactly. Like, I kind of like how I knew Dahlia was the big bad for the third Phoenix Wright game. I also knew Kristoff was the big bad for Apollo Justice. This is a result of my periphery of the games. Again, Ace Attorney brother, I'm gonna see some breakdowns, but how it got brought up and my moments of genuinely saying, I know Kristoff is going back, but like, how are they gonna bring that back? That was legitimate. The only things I really fake is just, if I know something, being like, oh, huh. Like, maybe I'll just say a little something and nothing else. But when it comes to me being actually impressed and going, whoa, that is genuine. Get it twisted. I do not fake my reactions for views or whatever, because I don't get any views. Nah, I'm kidding. I get views. I appreciate the people who give me views. Thanks, y'all. Speaking of which, let's go, like, raid someone or something. Yeah, the thing that's both great and not great about Ace Attorney, like, final bosses is that the final bosses are, like, mega spoilers in and of themselves, and that there's, like, usually some big twist. Honestly, when you think about it, yeah, Manfred von Karma is probably the one that has, like, no twist at all. He's just presented as a villain and that's it. Even Gant, you could argue, is more so presented as an intimidating secondary character before his full exploits are revealed. For the most part, big Ace Attorney like finale villains are usually something else beforehand, before they are fully revealed, which makes experiencing them in game fun, but also, if you even interact a little bit with the fandom, you're probably gonna see something you may have not wanted to see, because like that, if you're gonna engage with that character at all, that side of them is gonna show up. So, you know, it's kind of one of those things where it's great that a character in game is good enough that people want to talk about it and enjoy it, but unfortunately,
you know, spoilers. So, right, let's see. Oh, I'm feeling the sleepiness kicking. Singing raid. Yes. Oh, someone's drawing a Pokemon. This is good. They're drawing a little Slowbro. You guys won't believe this. I was like, oh, a fundraiser. Maybe it's for a good cause. Guys, this is a fundraiser for a Switch 2. No disrespect to this individual. It's just really funny considering what I've been talking about me and the Switch 2. Wow. Well, regardless, if we can get this individual a Switch 2, maybe it is for a good cause, alright? But yes, they are drawing a cute Slowbro. And Ubisoft partner, what the hey? God damn, esports organizer, what? Oh, they're a gamer. Alright, well, they're drawing. You know what? This is a very earnest drawing. I can respect that. So we can raid them. Raid? EVVV. I gotta really make sure not to misspell it. But, oh, this channel is intended for mature audiences. Keep that in mind, just in case. Honestly, if my channel is not for mature audiences, and this channel doesn't feature like a bouncing breast in your face immediately, you'll probably be fine if you can handle me, I think. Like, I can't make that judgment call. Ultimately, it's up to you. But thank you guys for watching. I don't think I can finish this comic tomorrow. I could try if I tried really hard, but perhaps I can fulfill my weekly quota of making a Chroma comic. But thank you guys for coming. Good conversations, good thoughts. See ya tomorrow for Ace Attorney. Bye!